Hello there. How are we doing today?
I hope well. It's been a bit of a been a bit of a been a bit of a journey for those of you not watching the VODs. Kind of took a bit of a hiatus, as you could say, before I came back here. Did a lot of other stuff. Got a PS5 in the interim. Been playing lots of Bloodborne. Gonna soon be playing Demon Souls, but it's okay. We're good. We're back to Dark Souls. And we're continuing with the lore play. How are we doing, everyone? How's it going? I'm excited. Hope you are too. We can rest here, right? Yeah, it's safe to rest. Hey, Xavier. Howdy. Hey, Pantaray. Hey, Pokemon. Also, you want to adopt a Primordial Serpent? No, I changed the title. I remembered to change it right after. Ignore that. You didn't see that. This isn't Orphan of Koth. This is Koth. Completely different. Interesting family you're making there, Loki. Listen, every family needs a pet snake. Or a weird uncle. I don't know which Koth is. You decide. So good to see you. So last time, we defeated the Four Kings, as we had established. New Londo was a country established by the gods in order to coalesce all the undead, much like the undead Burg in the present era. Back then, though, New Londo was essentially more of a vassal kingdom, and Gwyn singled out 4 individuals to become these sort of sub-kings, basically, who would rule on Anor Londo's behalf on governing the nation. This undead nation flourished. It became a very advanced culture. They also had, at their core, a huge eating culture, which was likely used in part as part of the gods' experiments to try to suppress the dark of humanity from their dark sign. As we can see with, of course, Vamos mentioning the fire ember that he saw here, as well as the lightning powers, which we see imbued into the dead babies that the ghost women carry around. Now, all of this took a big turn, as they were no longer just eating stuff that the gods would decide for them. It suddenly took a bit of a darker turn, as you were. We talked about how the idea was that Koth came in, told the 4 kings, he tells us about how we've been tricked by the gods. They have been shackling us, suppressing our true nature to the dark, which is, in fact, the origin of what makes us mankind. The Lord of Dark, the Pygmy Lord, our ancestor, quote-unquote, who divided the dark soul into the individual fragments of humanity and spread them among his kind. He was essentially suppressed and wiped away from history. And now, no one remembers. They just blindly follow the gods, not realizing that they have been manipulated this entire time, and that they should be the ones ruling the next age to come, that Firelinking hopes to prevent. And so, to stop that, the 4 kings were given the power to devour life drain, as we're familiar with it, though the Japanese name means spirit sucker. And in reference to, Demon Souls having the spell Soul Sucker, of course. But the idea, of course, being as much like a blood sucker, like a very vampiric ability to suck the life straight out of someone, to just absorb all of that. Because of that, there was a huge disparity between the knights and the ordinary citizens. Now, we can't always speak to what every single citizen in New Londo felt about the sudden changes in administration, with the 4 kings readily embracing Koth's message to become servants of the dark. As we can see, they created an entire abyss here in what we've called before Velka's Sanctum, connected to the church, which Ingward and his fellow sorcerer sort of like spirit healers were residing in. Hence, he knows the secret passage and all that when he was trying to escape. Hey, Chosen Undead, good to see you. Yo, normally in here as Guts, but I thought I'd match my name up to be the same on my Discord. Oh, that's cool. It's great to have you either way, Guts. I'll call you whatever you want, so no problem. Great to have you here. I'm so glad you enjoyed Abyssal Archive. It's been great having you here on the various streams and listening to your feedback. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Well, as we have with Koth, though, Koth didn't really consider something. When you pick people who are very weak-hearted, and so very easily swayed in order to join in your cause, that also means they can be very easily swayed out of their cause. And in the case of the Four Kings, they clearly decided, hey, we're going to go out and terrorize the world of man, plunder humanity for ourselves, which, hey, Koth gave him life drain, so he probably expected as much. But they didn't do anything to actually help with starting the Age of Dark, as you may notice. No signs of them actually trying to, you know, go up to Firelink, try to get into the kiln, kill Gwyn, or any of that. It was kind of like just pointless, wanton raping and pillaging and slaughter. And this is very important because, as we can see, corpses were being brought back. Regular human, not undead corpses. They were being dropped off by the entrance once the Darkwraiths were coming back, to and from as they terrorized the outside world. They would then be dragged in through the dining hall system, and suddenly, the citizens were being fed people. And we have a bit of life-eating taking on a new connotation. As a result of this depravity, we saw the idea of some Knights of New Londo who still retain their honor seemingly rebelling. A little bit of a civil conflict among the knights, which the good old Ingward and crew took advantage of in order to make sure the gates were locked and enact the seal, flooding New Londo, so that way the Darkwraiths and the Four Kings would be trapped there in the watery bottom, while everyone else would be sacrificed and killed, unfortunately. This tragedy, of course, is what prompted Ingward and crew to essentially continue wearing their outfits and standing in solidarity as watchers to make sure that the seal is never broken, so that his countrymen's sacrifice would not be in vain. Koth, however, has remained in the abyss and is clearly watching us, and if we don't side with Frampt, we don't talk to Frampt after receiving the Lord Vessel and sort of align with him, if we haven't already been taken by the gods, as it were, and we decide on our own initiative to kill the Four Kings as we have, Koth goes, this is someone who doesn't agree with the Four Kings. He recognizes them as bad and worthy of killing, but he isn't sucking up to the gods and the medials. I can work with this. And so he decides we shall be his new candidate for the Lord of Dark, the Dark Lord, the king who shall rule men in a new age. So that's cool. Anyway, that catches us up on basically what last stream was like, right? So now we will focus on what does he have to say now that we've placed the Lord Vessel, returned to the Abyss and all that, have to go out and get all these different souls to fill up the cup. So first...
If you wish, I shall grant the art of life drain, the legendary power of the Dark Lord. It can preserve your humanity while undead, and cast off the shackles placed upon your brethren.
Now again, we have this idea of shackles coming into play. The idea is that the Japanese specifically use the term shackles of the gods, which of course fans of Dark Souls 3 may recognize, but again, this is not a Dark Souls 3 lore play. You can always watch that stream that I did. The point is that with these shackles of the gods, there's the idea that mankind has been restricted. There's a yoke, which is keeping us from our full potential. But Koth will give us the power of life drain, or as he says in the Japanese dialogue, life eating, which again is the idea that with the power to devour life, to be able to pillage life from others, we'll be able to, of course, we are able to basically remain human, because we will gather souls, and in this case, gather humanity to use for the bonfire humanity mechanic, though again, as later games will show, that's not strictly necessary or what have you, but anyway, that's beside the point. Anyway, the point is that we can pillage and take the power of life, which we can use to feed our dark sides, that way we can quote-unquote remain human if we were. Though this does beg a question. If the dark is our true nature, then wouldn't that mean that the dark sign, which is being restricted by a ring of fire, wouldn't that be the shackles of the gods? Those gods who are, again, beings of fire, unlike us who are beings of dark? It's almost as if the undead curse was actually an unexpected byproduct of the gods shackling mankind to restrict our powers over dark, and then, after slowly, as Koth explains in his dialogue when we first meet him, slowly make us forget our history, our heritage, and make us, quote-unquote, go senile, the Japanese use the idea that we age and we forget things as we age. He'll use this again if we betray him. He'll basically say we're some fool who's gone senile, essentially. Like, we're someone who just doesn't realize after all this time that's passed the truth. And all of this is to say that, the gods are the cause of the undead curse. The undead curse only exists because they placed it on us. And what was that thing we saw with Pinwheel? The idea of Pinwheel going through, seemingly gathering a bunch of books from outside of Nito's domain in order to research and study? He was dissecting bodies down to the skeleton, trying to seemingly look for something? I wonder if Pinwheel, an agent of death in service to the greatest necromancer of all, Nito, was suddenly like, maybe I should be studying undeath instead, and the undead curse, and maybe find these shackles that might be causing this undead curse. Makes you wonder. But anyway, we can talk more about that when we get back to Nito's domain. In the meantime,
To speak now is premature. It begins with your retrieval of the Lord Vessel.
but I did retrieve it. There we go.
Every last one of them. They
Koth, I think you're going senile.
saw not the truth. I am certain that you will prove different.
Okay, so this line here. So, this is inaccurate. Koth actually doesn't say that they were strong. All he says is, they failed me. Without understanding the value of the truth, they were simply conceited with the power. So there's this idea that, the four kings, regardless, whatever Koth thinks of their strength, quote unquote, this isn't a factor for him. What matters to him is the fact that when he was expecting them to understand what he was saying, understanding the significance of the words he spoke to them, of what this means for the world, the universe, for the fate of mankind, and they squandered it, wasted it, basically just doing whatever to serve themselves, to make themselves amass more power, authority, and create a chaotic tyranny, which, as we can see, ultimately resulted in ruin. This is why they are failures. Koth doesn't approve of everything the four kings did. He never did. He went to them because he was thinking that they were in the best position to basically subvert the god system and be able to begin the age of dark proper. He's like, okay, I'll have these four be our dark lords, as it were. But that didn't work out at all because, again, he chose weak-hearted men. These weak men simply didn't have the integrity to be the Dark Lord, a true and proper Lord who will rule man rightly. This is something clearly he's learned, again, through us and our example, and saying, okay, we seem to have the integrity that he's looking for, and so he'll go with us instead.
Very well. Be still,
Yeah.
and trust thy flesh to me.
Yeah. Let's go. We already know how this works. Yep. And we come back here. Hey, buddy.
What is it? Go on.
Yeah. Now let's enter the covenant. Time to abandon. Oh. I am now a member of the Dark Wraiths. Yeah, 1 second. Let's look at this first. Get an idea of our good old pals. There we go. Again, we've looked at this. We got this item before, but let's look at it right now. So again, the idea is that they were, it says incited here, but the word means more like, kind of tempted, kind of like Serpent of the Garden of Eden type of idea with like, okay, Koth tempted them by dangling this power of life drain over them and be so. But again, Koth should have realized when you're trying to sway people with the promise of power, that's again, no integrity. That's not the kind of person you want to be your king. And then the idea, of course, we can use it for humanity, which we can use in order to maintain our human form through the bonfire mechanic. Again, we also have this idea that the ancients, the dark race, of course, these people these are the people of old. They, in particular, are able to have this idea where, okay, a saint, a holy man, so a cleric, basically, a powerful cleric. Hey, all the humanity that clerics collected, because again, we've talked about this idea before, the idea that, they gather humanity because they hunt undead, right? So those powerful clergy that are going out there fighting, they're someone who's going to have lots of humanity on them, compared to say Rhea and Petrus and not Petrus, Vince and Nico, all three of them have tons of humanity, which we can even absorb with the Dark Hand here, if we so choose. And the idea is that because they are young, they're sent out, you know, the old people in power, like, hey, we'll send the young people to go out and fight and prove themselves or whatever, and, you know, die in our place. And then they will gather all the humanity and do all the fighting. But as we can see, Darkhand can just take that in the blink of an eye. And then, I think if I recall correctly, you sell stuff. Yeah. Offer humanity. Yeah, there's the red eye orb stuff. Okay, I think we have to offer humanity in order to get stuff from you, which, the point. One of the things that we can get, of course, is the Dark Wraith's armor. Again, you may notice that the armor takes the form of the skeleton. Seems like your very stereotypical, edgy Nazgul type of look going for it. However, there is, in fact, actually a rationale there. Oh, no. Oh, no. We have we're having controller trouble. 1 second. Can we fix that? Yep. Oh, no. No, we can't. Oh, boy, chat. Gotta go look for a new controller again. Anyway, so, good old Koth here can also give us Dark Wraith armor, and with Dark Wraith armor, we learn stuff like, oh, the idea is that this is armor that quote-unquote transformed. Though the term for transformation, it's used, for example, in like later games like Dark Souls 3 to mean like gems are referred to as like altered or titanite or something like that. So the idea is that there can in fact be some kind of visible physical transformation, but this isn't necessary. In fact, the term, compared to say words like, oh, you know, Quelaag transformed into a demon, it's a word that means something like, oh, a degeneration, right? So like it's words used for like deviants, degenerates, perverts, you know, stuff like that. Someone who didn't necessarily physically transform, but, you know, some innate quality did change. And we see this term sort of linked up with the idea of it becoming the armor becoming now known as the work of the Dark Wraiths, right? Because it's armor of the Knights of New Londo. So it gives the idea that the armor itself didn't necessarily physically change on the outside. It was always skeleton skull armor, which makes sense, right? When you're part of New Londo, a country of undead, and what do all the undead do? Like Anastasia would, if we can get her dialogue to trigger. I don't think we can at this point. She wants us to, she wants to die. She just wants to die human. She doesn't want to be undead. She doesn't want to be impious. These undead don't want to be going against the gods and branded as unholy monsters. So everything about them is about trying to die. So their knights embody that ideal. But that obviously takes on a new connotation when suddenly those knights in spooky skeleton armor are going out into the world of man in the form of dark, you know, black phantoms or red phantoms, no matter how you want to describe them. The game just says black, but obviously both colors are used. Anyway, the point is you got these dark spirits that they're taking the form of. Well, what are these dark spirits going to be called when they have these skeleton forms and running around killing and pillaging through every town and village they come across? You can almost say they'd be Dark Wraiths. And so that's where the name, of course, comes from. And how everyone in the world of man, as the helmet to the Dark Wraiths, the mask shows, everyone remembers that that mask, that symbolic form where they're like, oh my god, you'd almost think that was their actual face. Anyway, that's some cool little details to talk about. Now let us move on from Koth and the Dark Wraiths and New Londo and focus on some of the other stuff. Let us warp back to Firelink first, because someone's not going to be happy with us. Now again, Frampt, if we sided with him, he would be all happy that we had the Lord Vessel and be like, oh my god! After 1,000 years, someone finally got it! So again, in the 1,000 years since Gwyn linked the fire, there's the idea that this oh, there you are.
You could not be the chosen one.
Uh-huh.
Enough. I shall slumber until I am awakened again.
And there he goes. Anyway, so as we can see, he's not happy that we ended up siding with Koth. Frampt would instead, if we did side with him, be all excited. He's like, oh my god, now that you have the Lord Vessel and all that, you can now go after, you can now continue to be the new, you can actually work on being the new king. You have to go out, find these powerful souls to prove that you have the vessel, the capacity. There's a double meaning at play there with the idea of a Lord Vessel, a king's vessel. It's like, okay, do you have the vessel, the capacity, the caliber to be a king? Well, you gotta measure yourself against Gwyn. How do we do that? Find enough souls. Well, we're not gonna be endlessly farming. This isn't Dark Souls 2. We don't got soul memory. So instead, let's make this about going all the way to going and grabbing those powerful souls in the area, the Lord souls. Hence why when we place the Lord vessel down, these barriers that block us from Nito, from Izalith, from Seath, those finally go down. Okay, we can just go there and boom, we're good. And then we go after those enemies. Well, that's done, so... Now we can actually go and face our foes. First, we'll start with Seath. Actually, where can I move? I guess we should warp all the way to, the Anor Londo bonfire, right? Yeah, Anor Londo. Now, if we recall, the giant blacksmith had told us about finding the Duke's Shiny. The idea is that Seath and company and his crystal research was actually shared for a time. But as we can see from the mimic that was there with one of Seath's crystal weapons, there was some sort of conflict, a little border dispute at the archives over here, with Seath all fortified inside. Can we talk to her, actually? Can she give us some of the deets? So let's do a little bit of Seath and maybe a bit of Nito.
You've made it back. Very well. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If you require that.
Oh, okay. Not gonna give it. Oh, right. Yeah, okay, sure. Anyway, so again, Seath went crazy in his research and has performed terrible, awful experiments. And so let's go get an idea of what's going on there. The majority of Primordial Serpents side with Koth, as we see in the Dark ending. Yes, the idea being is that the ending is... And we also see that Frampt also joins them in that ending, right? Because again, Frampt is Gwyn's friend, but he was originally with them, right? He was sort of just... it seems that he was simply... he had such a good relationship with Gwyn that he allowed himself to be swayed to Gwyn's argument of just trying to keep the Age of Fire eternal, and end up betraying the rest of his kind. Which Koth, obviously... is very mad about, right? He talks about how this is the logic of the world is for the Age of Fire for fire to fade away, to go out, and for only the dark to be left, and therefore it would be an age of dark for mankind who possess the dark soul. However, Koth forgot, quote unquote, forgot logic, and decided to help Gwyn instead. So created a bit of a split, which works out great for Gwyn, right? Because that basically has Gwyn be able to justify, hey, see, you guys can't even seem to agree on what the proper path forward is, so I'm just gonna do my own thing, right? Like, Frampt's betrayal was a perfect PR excuse for Gwyn, that's for sure, on sort of spiting Koth. And as a result of all that, Frampt's been basically helping along all the way up until we start the Age of Dark ourselves, at which point Frampt will basically be like, well, you know what, the jig is up. I did what I could, Gwyn, but, well, I have time to be on the winning side, and he goes over and they come together to help with the Age of Dark as Frampt was originally supposed to. Which tells you a lot about Frampt's integrity compared to, oh, almost forgot. There we go. Oh. Woo! Are you done? Ow. There we go. Woo! Maybe they have some relation to the dragons and thus wanted the gods destroyed. Yes, as I talk about in Abyssal Archive. By the way, I'm doing all this so that way you guys might consider buying my book. Check the link in the description. 2 volumes, the most complete, consistent, and coherent account of Dark Souls lore ever to be published. An excellent companion to any lore hunter. To be able to explain to you the original Japanese script and how it affects the English community's understanding of the lore, and how, by simply accounting for those errors in localization, you can have a much more fuller understanding of the game and its world, and make Dark Souls seem honestly kind of mundane. So, if that interests you, again, consider buying it. We have both physical and digital copies available, though physical hasn't yet shipped out yet. It's gonna be happening soon this year, so looking forward to when that all gets out. Until then, like I said, you can always just buy your digital copy, read it right away, or you can wait for your physical. So again, check the links in the description for more details. Figure it out yourself. Whatever you guys want. I know some people really like reading digital, others would like to prefer to have something physical in their hand. It's really great. Anyway, but yeah, in Abyssal Archive, I talk about the likelihood that the snakes, as we see, are considered failures of dragons. They're not quite up to snuff, as it were, right? So let's see, the imperfect dragon is how it puts it here. But again, the word here is Deki Sokonai, which means like failure, failed. Again, imperfect kind of works, but again, the idea is like, okay, you're a failure of a dragon. You don't meet the standard. You descend from dragons, much like wyverns do, but wyverns at least have some dragon scales. They have some of that stone power, and they have that those some of that draconic qualities that we see, even if they're fewer than the original archdragons. However, the snakes, they don't even meet that basic minimum requirement to be considered a dragon. And therefore, as we talked about before, the idea of evolution in things, how we go from dragons to snakes to all other life in this world, as disparity continues to change the universe that we know. Anyway, now we can go up into Seath's archives. We can see this statue of a woman in robes. We see this commonly in the Undead Parish, etc., and you can kind of argue the same with Guinevere, this style of clothing, trying to sort of give the idea of a very classical Greek or Roman look to it, but also sort of gives the impression of a wise woman, a woman who holds the power of fire, and this is leading us again to the quote-unquote regal archives, or the God's Library. So the idea is that we are getting where all the repository of information, all the knowledge the gods have ever collected, studied, and recorded is all in this place. And of course, as we can see, it all revolves around their discovery and understanding of fire. They are beings of fire, after all. I hope you cover the games that don't even have much English errors. Would be most excellent regardless. By the way, is Vati still doing an audio version of Abyssal? Yes, we will be in fact getting our good old, everyone's beloved Vati Vidya in the lore community is in fact going to be doing an audiobook version. That will be sold separately, but that will be coming. We haven't recorded or anything yet, but yeah, we basically, you guys, everyone who's pre-ordered, everyone who's bought a copy of Abyssal Archive, you have made that possible. And I'm so grateful to all of you. It is so cool to have one of my works get an audiobook version, and by someone like Vati, who is quite the narrator, as I'm sure anyone who's listened to his videos would know. And yes, I would love to cover more of the games. Thankfully, most of the games that I am covering on stuff like my website are in fact they have quite a few localization errors in English, so I can definitely talk about them without fear that I'm not fitting my niche. Oh, well that sucks. Oh, ouch. Well, as we can see, these boars that we saw in the Armored Tusks, as they're called, we saw them in Undead Parish. There's one guarding the gates to the church. Oh gosh, right. We gotta... I hate how the game does this, but oh well. Let's go back here. Basically, the Undead Parish had one of these tusks, telling us that these are, wildlife that have been collected and used for the Berg Regulars army. And yet, we find one of them, in fact, we'll find two, collected up here, guarding the way to the Duke's Archives. Now, again, recall that some of the Seath's channelers, or evangelists, have gone down to the Undead Parish and were spreading the way of Seath to his kind. Kind of started a civil war. Kind of might have made everyone start killing each other in a brutal civil conflict. Oh. I'd like to get out of this corner, please. Thank you. As a result... Oh. As a result, you can imagine that with all the other specimens that these kidnappers that the channelers act as, are like sort of bringing people up back to Seath's library. Again, recall Sen's Fortress, we see the same thing. People getting captured and dragged off to, as we will see going ahead, the archives. All of this is part of the plan. And it's very likely that these boars were basically taken and repurposed for guards. Because it's like, hey, if we're kidnapping the people, might as well take some of their good shock troopers. Oh. Hello there. Dang it. Should've just blocked. Oh my god. I did rest at the bonfire, right? I did remember to do that. Right? Right? I don't. I don't remember. Nope, I didn't. Okay, this time we gotta do it. Alright, just remember, Loki, you have to rest at the bonfire in Anor Londo in order to actually record that. It's dumb. None of the other games do this, thankfully, but this one still does, so. Okay, there we go. Oh. Oh boy. I gotta find myself a PS4 controller and get that plugged in for this, because DualShock 3 just ain't doing it anymore. I'm actually gonna ignore you. We don't need to kill you. So weird coming back to this game after playing so many other games and trying to remember timings and stuff. Okay. There we go. Game. Ow. Ow. Oh my gosh. Okay, this time though I rested, right? So. There we go. Just keep running, just keep running. Ay, ay, ay. Now, Seath has been sort of left on his own. Ow. Can you, like, move, buddy? Oh. Come on. There we go. So Seath's been basically left on his own ever since, and with the barrier put up, obviously, they're basically like, okay, no undead's gonna accidentally kill him in advance, so we can use him for the trials here. But essentially, Seath's been basically allowed to take over the God's Library and do with what he will. Not very good work by the Anor Londo government, clearly. But, you know, apparently Seath and his servants are just that good. I could have swore I dodge rolled, but I guess not. Oh no. Oh no, you're spiky. You're spiky and metal covered, and I deflect. This is not good. Alright, we're gonna go this way. Hello? Oh. Oh. Alright. Going up, going up. We'll worry about you two bozos later. First, we'll get that, we'll get that bonfire. Alright, now how bad will... Ow. Oh, God. No bleed here, buddy. As we can see, Seath has crystallized a few hollows and is using them as guards slash servants of his own. Let's go back down. I'm sure the boars have disappeared now. There we go. Wait, what? Wait, what? You're not gonna allow me? Seriously? Seriously? This game, man. Alrighty, we're going back up. We'll talk about the stuff down here and up above, I guess, later. We'll focus on the enemies. Now, unlike the boars down below, these ones actually have their butts covered with some nice spiky armor. So that's, I guess that's neat for them, I suppose. As we can see, much like the crystal golems, they bleed a rainbow mist. The power of light is very much present in this crystal. Oh. Oh, okay, sure. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Now having bleed for these guys is going to be rough. Pretty sure that crystal golem doesn't appear. Oh no, but now he's buffing him. All right, let's see if our bull friend finally gave up. Ow! What? Oh, that pisses me off so bad. Oh, that is... Really? It headshot me? Oh, what are the chances? Ay, ay, ay. You done, buddy? Come on. Come on, move. Thank you. So long, sucker. Heyo! Hey, Arberg! I'm cooking, so I'm just gonna chill in the back. Hope you guys are doing good today. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Doing pretty swell, I think. Hope the cooking goes well. Yeah, after this, I'm gonna be having to make something for myself, too. Probably gonna make pasta. Need to make the sauce, though, first. Oh. Oh, at least I got it right that time. Thank you. Alright, we gotta go through this song and dance all over again. Alright, so hopefully these two will give up and go back to wherever they came from. And we can light the bonfire this time so we don't have to do this. Game? There we go. Oh. Oh. Wait, what? What? Of course. Getting into seat. This is why in Orlando never was able to get Seath out of here. I think I've made the case. Clearly. Too well fortified. They even trapped the lift so they will magically keep you suspended. Truly. The dragon thought of everything. You done? Come on. Come on. You done? There we go. Done just standing around? Oy, oy, oy. Alright, we can do this. I just need to get my timing right. Oh. Apparently I did not get it right. Oh. Whoop. Yeah, keep on getting stuck on the walls. Turn around. Don't bother. Hey, how you doing? Hey, hey. There we go. Alright, come over here. I guess we'll kill one of you first, before Arrow Boy. You done? Go on. Oh. Dealing with both of you is a pain. Oh. Okay, we can deal with you. There we go. And you. Alright. Think I should be safe. Shouldn't be any more unexpected problems. What do you know, our bud... What? Okay. Listen. Can I light the damn bonfire? Nope. Game still won't let me light the bonfire. What a joke. Okay, sure, fine, whatever. I wonder if I have to exit out and go back in and maybe I can reload their position so they will not be in a range that requires me to kill them in order to get the bonfire working. Come on. Ah, darn. Oh. Okay. Whoop. Ow. Oh, it's super powered. That's gonna be, No. How long does that buff last? That's what I gotta figure out. Oh, it's off. I think? Yeah, I think it's off. Woo! There we go. boy, that if that arrow hit me too, that would have been real bad. There we go. Perfect. All right. All right. Oh! Another stooge, huh? God, they never end. See, stop experimenting on everybody. Oh. Well, it looks like the buff wore off. I just gotta say, someone looks at that mad dance and thought, yep, I should fight real hard. I don't know what that guy's gonna do to me if I don't. Had a chance to check out Charred Thermos' Bloodborne content yet, Loki? It's awesome. I had it on the background while I wasn't working the other day. Lots of info on Victorian medicine. I'll have to take a look at it. Charred Thermoses. Gotta remember that. I haven't checked that out, though, yet. I'm kind of busy with a lot of other stuff, including playing Bloodborne for myself for the first time, so, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna try something. Will this, solve my dilemma? Nope. It does get rid of the other one, though. Okay, so, crazy thought. I lead the other one out. Whoop. Ow. Oh, okay, sure. Woo. Okay, so... No! Okay, I need to get him farther away. Alright, I think I can do this, though. Whoop. No. There we go. No! Why? That is so dumb! Why won't you just let me get the bonfire? This one is always positioned here. Yeah, but I was hoping that if he was de-aggroed, his position was just outside of bonfire range. But nope, it's like just into bonfire range. Which is so obnoxious. Because unless I can somehow, like, knock him out. We don't have sleep. Dang it. Where's Elden Ring's sleep magic when you need it? Oh. Oh. I guess we can only go forward. This sucks. This is not ideal. Well, the one thing we really care about is this guy. But first, let's look at, as we can see, type of stuff that Seath looks at. We see these kind of crystalline orbs that have these little kind of meters. Little measuring device that they're put in. Shows how much Seath is really into studying crystals and the like. And then... Oh. There we go. There we go, and as we can see, the broken pendant, so now we can do the DLC. So, of course, the point of this, this pendant, as we all know, belongs to Manus. But... there we go. The idea being is the pendant or whoever held it was captured by the crystal golem, as we see with Dusk, and we'll see with another character, and brought back to the archives. Because again, these are all about getting Seath more specimens. So crystal golems in the Darkroot Garden, looking for more people to bring to Seath, trying to look at more of that Ulasilian culture. And apparently, again, the pendant or the owner with this pendant was someone who was worthy of that. As we can see, we have the idea that it's something that's very old, very powerful. It uses a vine, which kind of gives us, again, a very nature, like in nature, primal, primitive, not necessarily primitive, but ancient culture. But again, it's Ulasilian, though. So it tells us, okay, so we're dealing with an ancient Ulasilian, which makes sense. Ulasilian in the Darkroot Garden, in this forest, is basically, okay, sort of immersed in nature all the time, and we saw it with some of the stuff like the Dusk Crown Ring and things of that nature. And then we get into the idea that, oh, it's from a time so long ago that, hey, no one can properly recognize the power of the magic that's in there, because obviously Ulasil's a destroyed nation, and this is one of the most ancient of Ulasilian magics. Elden Ring's far superior in terms of game mechanics. Dark Souls could definitely use some of the polishing bits that Elden Ring added, that's for sure. Sleep magic, or make him stand in a bonfire like the one near the Sunlight Shrine. I do love the idea of a dragon who is always described as nearly blind, always has loads of small books and devices. He must have to wear huge glasses. That's actually something we're going to talk about. Seath isn't blind. He's perfectly capable of seeing. That's actually going to be one of the many localization errors I'm going to be talking about. So we'll talk about that more in the future when we get with Seath. But that's a good thing to bring up. Is there a reason the crystal golems were near Havel? No, not particularly. The crystal golems are in Darkroot Garden just to get the specimens, right? Same reason why the Hydra's there. Because again, much like as we'll see with the five-legged bivalves, they're specimens that Seath likely collected and he would use as servants. Again, we see the same thing here with the channelers collecting the armored tusks and having them be repurposed as guards for the archives, right? Havel just happened to be locked into that tower by the Divine Blacksmith, as we talked about in a previous stream. Okay, yeah, you go. Gosh, is there anything else? Can I, like, poison this guy and, like, let him slowly die? Like, do I have anything like that? No, we don't have anything fun like that, no. Actually, can I make toxic work with dung pies? Asking for a friend. Okay, let's try this one more time. Oh, you have... Oh my gosh. Why did it do so much damage that time? Ree! Whatever. We don't have to care about Seath anymore. We got the DLC stuff, so we can do the DLC anytime. Let's go down and say hi to Nito. Clearly, I am not welcome. Seath has made that abundantly clear. And my weapon is not welcome, which is also now abundantly clear. Let's see. Warp. God, we have so many options. Tomb of the Giants is probably the best one, right? If we want to go straight for Nito. We want to be in human form, though, so gotta remember that. Chamber of the Princess. Izalith's another option, too. I don't have a warp point, though, to Izalith, which sucks. Of course, there's no... okay, we need to unlock the shortcut first, though, which I can't do, so... Okay, we'll try Tomb of the Giants first. There we go. Seath's already gone mad, so it's possible that he doesn't even realize you're here yet. Seath, honestly, Seath doesn't care that whether or not there's an intruder at this point. He's like, I'm busy with my work, you lot handle it. And as we can see, that channeler's doing a pretty good job, it seems. Just gets a bunch of servants, buffs them, and stands in the back there. Okay, we need some humanity. Let's also kindle while we're here. That way we at least get something out of this. Alright, let's see if we can get Leroy to show up. Is that Havel in Dark Souls 3 Archdragon Peak or one of his followers? One of his followers. Also, I wonder how Ornstein survived Dark Souls 1 as we find his gear there too. I talk about that in on my website and stuff, Guts. It's the short answer is that the Ornstein we fight in Dark Souls 1 is a golem. Hey, buddy. Yeah. You never went back up, huh? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Alright, what's my damage looking like? Oh. There we go. So I get him from behind, I can totally kill him real quick. That's a possibility. As long as my controller cooperates. Can I get behind? Oh my. That wasn't me. That was all him. God, not having 8-way directional rolling is so crappy. Yeah. Ugh. It's better if I run through them and just deal with Leroy, I think. By the way, so disappointing how Dark Souls 3 design works didn't have the dev interview at the end like DS1 and 2. I agree. I would have really liked to hear Miyazaki's thoughts when it came to Dark Souls 3. He probably would have dropped at least one or two really good doozies to hear. But it's fine. I've analyzed most of the game anyway, so I will forgive him. Oh my. There we go. Alright, not even gonna bother getting behind him if this is how it's gonna be. Oh wait, I didn't go human. My bad. Mobby. Oh, this is the wrong way. Whoopsie. Ay, ay, ay. What am I doing? I was like, I thought that was the way to the bonfire. Nope. No. Oh, I didn't get this item. Whoopsie. Oh no. Any more friends here? No, I don't think so. Oh no, wait, there they are. I see them. Oh. There we go. Alright, so these guys are dealt with. And then we go up here and we'll go back and go in human form. Oh, yeah, yeah. There's our bonfire. Alright, I don't want to have to waste all my humanity on this, so Leroy, let's try to get you right away. Reverse hollowing. Woo! There we go. Hmm. Oh my gosh. There we go. Yeah, again, if I can get the first 3 hits off so I can stun him, the rest is easy. Yeah, get over here. Oh my god, really? I was not expecting the bowman to actually aggro this far. This is so dumb. Okay, let's do this. Oh my god. This is so frustrating. Yeah, I gotta just skip them. Not worth it. Mm-hmm. There we go. Again, get the remaster, folks. Don't play Prepare to Die edition like me for a legitimate playthrough. 4-way rolling ain't pretty. I guess we could always do this. Oh. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Alright, I think we did it, chat. Now we have to not die to Leroy, which, that might be difficult. Alright, where's our buddy? Where's our pal? Our friend? Our man of the hour? There we go. There we go. And there goes Leroy, everybody. We vanquished the dark spirit. So again, we can see Leroy, a paladin, a holy knight, as it were, if we were being more literal. Oh, well, that sucks. Time to quit. Leroy! Yeah, everyone knows the reference for him. Let's see if this brings the item back. Nope. Darn. Oh well, lost my chance at Grant and Sanctus, I guess. What about the hammer? Now, the hammer is of course Grant, like grant me a blessing, and then Sanctus of course is Latin for holy. So there's the idea that Leroy was the first undead who was sent on this mission to find the Rite of Kindling by the Way of White. Now, Leroy, he did that, and clearly, as we can see, he made it all the way down to the Tomb of the Giants, and he was given 2 treasures for this. These treasures, quote-unquote, one is a shield, which has a white flower on it, a representation of fire, as we've talked about before, and white, of course, being associated with the power of holiness, so a holy flower. And then, and of course, it has a blessing for that purpose. And then Grant is a great hammer, but it's a little different from other great hammers. The pommel looks fine; it looks like a normal pommel, but it's fastened, almost screwed in, to a giant lump of misshapen iron, and not just any iron, but white iron, the same iron that we see the giants' shields are being made with. The giant sentinel shields, I should say specifically, not the regular slaves, of course. So the point is that, so it looks like that Grant was an old attempt to try to experiment in trying to infuse holy magic into iron, hence why it has a Wrath of the Gods effect from the weapon. Has that little bit of holy magic go boom, and obviously, as we can see, good old Leroy, he knows the Wrath of the Gods spell, because again, from very old time in Way of White, probably before they simplified Wrath of the Gods into Force, and you had to memorize the full story. That hammer was given to him, but it was merely an experiment, really, and it's considered this sacred treasure and all that, which is like, hey, just give it off to an undead because, hey, it's just, like a junk thing that we kind of like swapped together, like screwed onto a pommel or whatever, just to make some use of it, waste not, want not. So, yeah, very little interesting detail there. Much like the crescent axe, which we talked about before, with the idea of it being a crescent moon axe, specifically a crescent moon that's a waxing moon, like sort of adding light to the world, sort of symbolizes how when Anor Londo's giving these axes to the Way of White over to Lloyd to hand out to the church in Thorland and all that, he's essentially sending a message to mankind of, hey, the Way of White's going to bring light to this endless night of undeath that you're suffering through, right? And they go through and they hunt the undead and all that. So we can kind of see how similarly Grant is sort of thrown out there because, hey, it's not a big loss if we lose it. It's just, kind of something we were kind of like cobbled together. But, it'll be this sacred treasure for the humans to use. But anyway, Leroy got it in order to find the Rite of Kindling as an undead, because he was the first to turn undead. You may notice he invaded. Well, that's weird, because to invade, you need a red eye orb. So Leroy has a red eye orb. Interesting. It gives us the idea that Leroy may be undead because he was killed, a powerful holy knight. Again, recall the Dark Hand. It can even suck a holy man of his humanity in the blink of an eye. So you can have the idea that Leroy, when clerics were being attacked all over the world of man by the dark race and stuff, Leroy may be among those who fought against them, won against them at least at one point, because considering he claimed the red eye orb for himself, and also ultimately lost to one of them, died, happened to turn undead. Well, what are we going to do now? Well, I guess we could just go over, send you over here to get this right thing that Nito's now hoarding. You know, he gave us the basic version, but the more powerful version is still secret to us. So, Leroy, if you do this, you'll be honored back in Thorland and forgiven for your transgression of becoming undead. Because you had a choice there. Your impiety will be forgiven. And for that, Leroy went. But now he's opposing us. What happened? His clothes are all tattered and ragged, but we could summon him to help us against Pinwheel. So he's willing to get rid of Pinwheel, but he doesn't want the right of kindling Pinwheel has. He's still here willing to defend the entrance to Nito. Huh. It's almost as if Leroy betrayed the way of white for Nito. Very curious. Oh. There we go. There we go. Ow. Of course, it can shoot around that corner. As we can see here, lots of water dripping down, creating all these stalagmites, stalactites, whatever they're called. Oh. Come on. Dang it. Not having range sucks so bad. That's the problem with daggers, so. Come on. Oh no. Oh my god, just stop it. Come on. Oh my. Okay, I guess this is the best method. Oh. Woo! Okay, there we go. Hey, buddy. And I don't want you following me, so... Alright, Bone Tower, die. There we go. Woo! I have to go. See you later. See ya, Am. Be safe. Nito supremacy. Hey, Loki. Hey, Orkinho. Good to see ya. As we can see here, there's not just one pinwheel, there's a bunch of them. Now, I alluded to earlier and kind of gave away the game with the idea that Pinwheel was serving Nito the Necromancer. this is, of course, the basis, as we can see, that there isn't just one quote-unquote three-man coat. There's a bunch of them. These aren't illusions or anything. These are legit actual people. They don't just disappear or whatever, like any of the other illusions we see. This is just a bunch of different people who've all apparently been welded together, much like the other pinwheel, 3 people in one, with a black cloak over them, the masks with the giving this indication of being one big happy family of death. And of course the lanterns and all stuff on the sticks. They use the same magic and everything, though they don't use the illusions and stuff. And all of it comes together to tell us, oh, these are Nito's priests. Again, we've seen priests to other gods, how there's a bunch of priests to Velka, to high priests to Lloyd, holy women for Guinevere. The idea that every god has their own little cadre of servants that they want to worship them and learn their magic from them. And Nito is no different. As the king, as the grave king, the grave lord, the king of the dead, he's the person you go to if you want to learn how to perform all those corpse arts. But one of them apparently wasn't happy and ultimately betrayed Nito, stole his power, the Rite of Kindling, and went off on his own, taking over the catacombs and experimenting into, as I alluded to earlier, possibly to understand the undead curse. Because you know what? Why be dead when you can be undead? Where you're basically just an immortal, except with hollowing. And if you can solve the hollowing problem, then there's no downside. You're just an immortal living person with all the benefits of you being able to enjoy eating or sleep. I guess you can sleep as Nito, but you get to enjoy eating or you know, enjoying some other carnal pleasures that can only be enjoyed by the living and not a corpse. So you can easily see why the pinwheel boss we fight, those 3 might be interested in dissecting people down to the bone, trying to find this source of the curse and understand it. Which would also explain why getting all the books and stuff, because hey, guy knows all his necromancy, but he doesn't know much about human history and undeath per se, so gotta study up on everything he could possibly find. Well, I say he, but it's 3 of them, of course. Anyway, as we can also see, well, a bunch of skeletons here bowing in reverence in the direction. As we can see, Nito's boss room is up ahead. So we do get the sense of, okay, Nito here is a, there we go. Nito here is being worshipped, and hence why his priests are here surrounding him and all these skeletons. Well, I see. Still doing the fire blasts. Nice. Perfect. Oh. Now we have a bunch of these skeleton babies rising up. They each perform toxic and all that. The power of death. Again, we have this idea now that Nito likes to have offerings of children, dead children, with which he can resurrect. Again, another idea of becoming a family. So we have this idea that Nito, someone who doesn't have any indication of having children or a wife or a lover or anything in life, becomes the first of the dead after acquiring the power of the Death Soul, which the Lord Soul of which he obtained, and learn the powers of necromancy, and turn himself into a living skeleton. As we can see, he modifies his body in order to make it as strong and powerful as it can be. And we see that in the cinematic, of course, where like his aura of death starts kind of bubbling up and reconstituting his skeletal form with all the new body parts and stuff. And then he holds out and grabs his Lord Soul again, which again he clearly used in this ritual. So again, there we go, one dead. Another dead. The idea that Nito was a very lonely man in life, And with the power of death, he can now be the head of a new household, a household of death. They're all a family. There we go. Let's go this way. Hey, buddy. Oh. Ah! Fire! Fire bad! There we go. White Titanite chunk. As we can see, so many clerics have gone this far only to end up perishing. Then the barrier was of course erected, preventing any more from attempting to take the Rite of Kindling from Nito. Thankfully Pinwheel steals it for us and leaves, so we don't have to worry about that. All of it. For what purpose? To honor the Grave Lord. Notice how this shrine here, erected to honor Nito, has torches, but they're unlit. Of course, to show kind of how respect that Nito does not like having fire or light in his presence. He's a guy who likes the dark caves with which he rests in the God's Chamber. So in the God's Burial Chamber, he just sort of sits there sleeping as he continues to spread his empire of death across the world, as we can see through the Gravelord servants. Away from the light. You can almost say that he's willfully blinding himself from all the problems plaguing his kingdom outside. Pinwheel takes over the catacombs. It's fine. Who cares? Leroy, you can like deal with him eventually, but it's not it's not like a top priority or anything. Takes his Rite of Kindling. Oh, it's fine. I wasn't really going to use that anyway. Why then did Nito not just hand it over to the Way of White? Why did he suddenly decide, hey, I'm no longer going to cooperate with the church so suddenly, when early on they were? It's something that we can see was a very sudden switch, right? You have Dark Wraiths invading, and by the time the Dark Wraiths are invading and and being dealt with, and we have the first undead in Leroy, this mission is required. So it seems like before Gwyn linked the fire, things were good. After Gwyn linked the fire, something changed. Well, there's your answer, the linking of the fire. When Gwyn linked the fire, he essentially took himself and his soul with him. Now remember, fire linking wasn't necessarily the original plan. If you went inside that firelink chamber, you noticed there wasn't just one Lord Vessel. There was another Lord Vessel, and a bunch of other smaller cups and things. A bunch of vessels that could be used to capture souls. And as we can say earlier, New Londo was of course always connected to the to Firelink Shrine. It's an extension of the New Londo ruins. So therefore, everything that we have seen up until that point has been sort of part of a system. Take the prisoners, siphon them out of society. Once they're out, we'll bring them up. We'll then sacrifice them for the purposes of keeping the flame alive. But the flame only requires souls, so you can just collect a bunch of souls that you sacrifice from these prisoners and then offer them up to the flame to use. You don't need to have a living person necessarily link the fire, but Gwyn had to, because clearly the undead system in New Londo wasn't working efficiently enough. They weren't getting the people necessary, the numbers necessary, to have a strong enough soul, or souls, with which to keep the flame alive. Only Gwyn's soul could do it. So therefore, he had to go out and link the fire. Now, first he had to deal with Izalith and stuff, right? We'll talk about that more when we get back to there. But all of that was for one singular purpose. So that way he could buy New Londo time to keep the system going. Now, as we know, afterwards, Koth comes in and seduces the Four Kings, and everything goes to hell with Gwyn's plan there, and they have to come up with alternative plans, like the Undead Burg, in the meantime. However, that sort of gives the idea that 1,000 years ago, Nito didn't agree to help with the creation of bonfires, with the rites of kindling, and all that stuff. He didn't agree to all that with the idea that Gwyn was going to sacrifice himself. Why was Nito cooperating with the gods? Why was it that the occult gang had to attack Nito and try to take his power for themselves. So they could bring death to the gods, because Nito refused to. There was an implicit understanding that, hey, you help me with the dragon hunts, we'll let you have free reign over death, we'll cooperate in the future. So it's like, hey, anyone who dies, we'll make sure to hand them over to you, even if they're one of the gods, but just don't bring the death to the gods yourself. Okay, let death come naturally to us. But then Nito's thinking, oh, that means I get all the gods and their souls and their power and their bodies and all that, including Gwyn. Now you can get an idea of why Nito would be so mad that he'd be like, okay, that's it. I'm no longer dealing with any of you. Because he feels like he's been cheated. That they reneged on their part of the deal. Gwyn tricked him. Gwyn went down, became a Firelinker, using his soul and body for that, instead of handing it over proper. And he's like, okay, well, I don't care. Your Age of Fire doesn't mean anything to me. I was just doing it because, again, I had something I was getting something out of this. As you again see the special red cloth laying out the red carpet for Nito and all that. So everything's gone wrong, and so Nito's like, okay, that's it, I'm not dealing with any of you, I'm gonna shut you out, gonna pretend you don't exist, la la la, I don't see you, you don't exist, you're not my problem, everyone kill them, I don't want to deal with any of them anymore. And there we go. Very fascinating characterization done. Nito is one of the characters with the fewest text talking about himself, but he's still a character with a lot going for him, from his loneliness and family dynamic to wanting to bring everyone together under his control, to building his empire of death, to, of course, feeling so gypped that he doesn't want to deal with any of the other gods anymore. Soul of a Hero. Now, we should be ready to level up, so I don't want to waste any of that. Hey. Yeah, I think we're like 1k off or something from leveling, so let's return. And then we can come back here. There we go. Ooh. There we go. We're still human, right? So I can do this. Let's give ourselves 20 for the boss fight. And this one we can just ignore all the enemies, go straight for... Well, we have to get through the bone towers, huh? So we have to deal with that, but after we get rid of the bone towers, everything's golden. Anything I want in my bottomless box? No, I don't care. And then level up. Do we have any smaller souls we can use? Let's see. This is gonna be a bit much, I think, but not too much. It won't be that bad if we lose it. Yeah, this will make my weapon just as strong here. There we go. So now we got our secondary weapon all strong. There we go. And now we make the trek. Hey, buddy. Oh. Gosh, controller. There we go. Thank God this lantern comes with special magic lights to show us the way. Yeah, kill yourselves. Okay, sure. I don't know what I could have done there, but they're dead now. Thanks for the free souls, buckos. Oh. There we go. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay, sure. There we go. The problem is the other one. Can we get that one to, like, disappear, please? God, I hope Nito doesn't take a lot of tries. This part's so obnoxious. You done? There we go. So it looks like he automatically disappears, so that's good. As long as he gets rid of himself. Oh no. There we go. Alright. Now for the Grave Lord. Now, as we can see, Nito just chilling, sleeping around. But if you listen closely, you can start hearing a heartbeat. His body lights up. The aura of death starts appearing. Again, we have the idea how his soul, of course, is now his death soul, which he uses to shroud his entire body in that aura of death. Oh. Oh boy. Dang. Still taking damage. Okay, I can live with that though. Oh. Ow. Oh. Oh my god. Hitbox. Half of my hits aren't going through. That sucks. Dang it. I thought I had a little bit... Oh. Stop it, you. Stop infinitely reviving your posse. Need to do more damage. This damage is abysmal. Oh, come on, I dodge rolled, but whatever, sure game. Whoop. Oh my. Can we? Whoop. You know, I can't hit him, but he can't hit me, so. Without the AoE. Oh. Woo! Oh. Ow. Can you, like, not? And, oh, dead. Woo! Nito down. Just took a bit of patience. The Grave Lord defeated. Oh, I don't have my symbol of avarice to put on. Whoa! Oh no. Oh. Yeah, red, white shield, sure. Again, we killed Leroy Spirit, so as a little quest reward, we get his armor now. His invading phantom is gone. Now, as we see, Nito was able to infinitely revive as a necromancer skeletons. He summoned some giants and some human skeletons. There was actually a cut mechanic where you could hit his chest, it would break the chest, and then those bones that would fall would then reform into new skeletons, which was a cool idea, but they never went with. Hey, Night Scout. Do you think Nito's cloak and aura resemble humanity? Not really humanity, per se, but, like, it has a similar color scheme, right? Like, Aura of Death, black, and they kind of give it a white aura in the in-game compared to the cinematic. So why were divine weapons designed to be able to hinder Nito's necromancy, whereas occult weapons innately harm Gwyn's clan? Divine weapons deal with revival in general. Because the point is, like, to deal with resurrecting foes. And it just so happens that that works in both the dark and, in the case, the power of death, right? The idea is that time basically is like, okay, your time is done. You're not supposed to come back up again. So it's like, okay, we're going to hit you with this divine weapon, and we're going to keep you from getting back up. That seems to be the concept. As for the occult are just dark weapons. And the dark, of course, devours light, so it counteracts the god's power in the same way that the god's power counteracts the dark's power, right? So they can both be weak to each other. Nito's cloak sometimes feels like an inconsistent force field. I don't know about a force field, but I feel like the hitbox is definitely weird. Where, like, that angle, that side of him that I was hitting would sometimes hit, but most of the time wouldn't. Oh well. He's dead. That's all that matters. Let me try this. Brave Warrior? Yeah. This should work, right? Well, again, we're talking about undead specifically, Night Scout. We see how holy weapons, again, divine weapons and magic weapons like Artorias's greatsword are strong and good against creatures of the dark, right? But in terms of like generally how they want the divine weapon mechanic to work, they generally try to focus on the necromancy stuff. Because obviously, if you could do it to undead, it would be broken as all hell. It's like, hey, get like extra 20% damage and like no respawning, permadeath from killing an undead in PvP, like, or even not in PvP, just regular game. Also, if the dark innately is a threat to Gwyn's soul and vice versa, why are these Lord Souls innately hazardous to each other? What do you mean by innately hazardous to each other? Dark Soul and the Light Soul, for certain, are somewhat opposites, right? Hence why their individual powers do that to one another. Death, again, Death is on the other side of disparity like the Dark, so it makes sense that the light might have a similar effect on Death. But Life, we don't really see anything where like Life and Death come into clashing in that case, at least with the Lord Souls, right? I suppose you could say their natures are opposites, and that's where they quote-unquote clash, but like nothing in the sense of what we see with the dark and the light. Like, Nito's concern is not, oh. Yeah. Let's do this. No enhancements there. Let's try this. This is like 10k, right? Okay, that'll do it. You said the souls counter each other, but then why are the first... No, okay, the Dark Soul and the Light Soul counter each other, just naturally, but this isn't necessarily the case. Well, at least we don't know how that would work with the Life Soul and the Death Soul. You could presume that something like that might happen, that they, if their powers were to counteract, that there might be some weird stuff going on, but we don't see that explored. But in terms of, like, the idea they, like, innately are, they're innately a threat, the question that you were asked was, the divine weapons. Oh yeah, so yeah, the innately hazardous to each other. Why are all these Lord Souls? Yeah, not all of them. I would say that they're all like, okay, like Life Soul's hazardous to Light Soul or anything. That's where I was understanding it. If you're just talking about the Dark and Light Soul though, then yes, those two are innately opposed. Not like Nito and Izalith were ever clashing either, even though Death is outright the ending of life. Well, yeah, because they're all part of the Alliance. Keep in mind, Gwyn is the one that's in charge. He's the reason all the lords are allied, right? Izalith is doing her own thing. Nito is doing his own thing. Gwyn is doing his own thing. They're not intrinsically opposed. Again, the only thing that Gwyn needs to work out is like, hey, Nito, don't bring death to my kind. You can bring death to humans, to giants, to like anything, just don't bring death to us gods. And Nito's like, okay, sure, you're letting me have free reign, I can do whatever I want, and you're not gonna be in conflict with me? Great. Oh, you just want me to help with the dragon hunts? Great. Oh, you just want me to help with making this bonfire thing, so that way we can keep this little setup we got going a little longer? Okay, great. Izalith, same deal. They get stuff that they want out of it, and they're not, their goals aren't mutually exclusive to each other. They can all work together toward what they all want. Or rather, what they each want. Chaos and Gravelord Greatsword don't harm each other's respective creatures / minions. Seems weird that only Gwyn's clan and the occult are caustic to each other. Yeah, because the game's not focusing on that dynamic, Night Scout. Again, maybe you could make a case that if Miyazaki had light and death and life and death at the forefront of these of the games instead of light and dark, maybe there'd be more focus on the idea of how life counteracts the death. But like, what are you going to do with life? Because the stuff that we get involving the Life Soul is the flame of chaos. It's a flame of chaos and distorter, which is the nature of life. While death is, of course, about tranquility, peace. And as we can see, for those that revive themselves as the dead, they kind of just want to be left the fuck alone. Didn't you say that Nito's area is the graveyard of the gods, though? Yeah, gods can die. Doesn't mean he brings death to them. Is he the actual point that there's nothing there but Nito himself? No, because, again, look, Night Scout, look at the bones. There's plenty of bones that are basically human bones, but made bigger. Again, another open coffin here that's been cleared. So Nito sleeps and he adds different body parts and stuff to himself, revives whoever he wants. And then we can see, okay, we can see it from here. There's even more coffins back there. So there's another one there, and there's likely intended to be more of them hidden behind the walls. So again, this is the God's burial chamber. Gods do die. If they get old enough, they're gonna die eventually. Now, do we know who these gods are? No, of course not. Maybe there's some parents or families or what, for some of the gods we do know. But we don't get to see that. Also, where exactly does the Life, Death, Life Soul, Dark Soul stuff come from? I don't recall you having an article about it, and the in-game text never seems to stress this. Again, we talked about this in a previous stream, Night Scout, so I'm not going to repeat myself. If you don't remember, you can watch some of the previous stream. But the short version is that the stuff comes from the fact that there is a Dark Soul, and each of them develop their own civilizations around these individual souls. And as we can see again with say the Gravelord sword for Nito's servants and all that. The power of a soul weapon, a weapon crafted using the power of a soul, has the power of the aura of death. Again, souls can have different affinities, and we've talked about that in the past. Anyway, moving right along. It's about time I move on to the next area. Don't want to be here forever. Okay, so this gets me to 49 on my dex. We're not increasing the stuff on my strength weapon, though, anymore. I guess I've hit the limit. Which stream? These sometimes go for hours long is all. Let's see. If I recall correctly, I think it was about 3 or 4 I think it might have been the Ornstein stream. Like, I think it was about 2 or 3 streams ago. So, yeah, I think it was the Ornstein stream. Anyway, dexterity? I guess we keep doing that, because that's the only stat that'll get up. I guess we have to now test to see if I can do more damage with it, now that, at least on paper, they're about, it's supposed to be stronger. Okay. Warp! Let's go to Izalith now, because I don't want to go to Seath's Funhouse. Daughter of Chaos. There we go. I wish we could get that shortcut before the Demon Fire Sage. Oh no, wait, we have to go here, right? Because there's a opening. Honestly, not too bad for having a busted controller. I was kind of hoping that this one didn't happen, considering it works well enough with the other games, with like Elden Ring, but gonna need to get that DualShock 4. Hey, buddies. Let's see. Oh! Dang it, I didn't get off my two-hand in time. Thank you. Almost made a big oopsie there. There we go. Perfect. Ugh, we have to go all the way down. Get to that bonfire, get to that bonfire. God, I don't want to fall. Not down here. I think that's good, right? Oh, lordy. Can I fall without... Oh! That's right! Kirk! Kirky boy. I didn't get you in the depths, so, well... Alright. Oh, okay. Let's get a little bit more space, huh? Woo! He has some poise. Kirk? You okay? You okay, buddy? Nice. You done? We got something from good old Kirk. Now Kirk is a Dark Wraith, or was, I should say, with his own special spiked armor, betraying his particularly sadistic nature. He's really into the whole killing and making people suffer. But of course, with New Londo destroyed, he's now homeless. And he ends up invading us in the depths, in here, and deeper into the Izalithian ruins to kind of to reveal to us, oh hey, it turns out that he found some new service with the Fair Lady. Now, if we kill him, I think all 3 times, I think you have to do so as his Black Phantom. We'll get his equipment, and the corpse will spawn, of course, by the Fair Lady. Obviously, Dark Souls 3, he finds a new motherly figure to attach himself to, but that's again for Dark Souls 3. Let's see, what do we got? I'm not going to use anything with Sif, so... Yeah, it's still adding. Alright, let's see, what's the damage comparison? I killed the bug things here, right? Like, they're not going to come back, I don't think. Oh. So that's 70. Oh, right, there's 2 of you. Okay, yeah, so this is better for now. Oh. Nice. Actually, getting these guys in 3 hits is perfect. Alright, let's get Fire Sage out of the way. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm not dead. Wait, chat. I'm not stupid, right? I did rest at the bonfire. I actually can't remember. Yeah, Kirk dying in the Demon Ruins, leaving his body next to the Fair Lady's bonfire sure doesn't mesh well with Dark Souls 3. Again, Night Scout, I've talked about this again before with you, in fact. The corpses are not to be taken literally. When you invade, you are pretty much safe as a spirit. There's no real there's not too much danger to you dying. That's why Kirk can invade us multiple times. That's why, say, Marvelous Chester doesn't freaking, is perfectly fine after he invades us. The entire point, and in fact, he's kind of pissed that we come to him after after his failed invasion attempt. So yeah, the idea of the corpses showing up is just to highlight, hey, we can do a little bit of like storytelling of like association with like where you get the equipment, but the corpses themselves shouldn't be taken literally. Again, just take for an example Sigurd Siegmeyer giving us spiked shield when he already has one, and he'll continue using one, right? Like, you just kind of accept it's a video game. So, stuff like that happens in Dark Souls 3 too, with, like, Hawkwood. Oh, I left my shield behind. Also, I still have my shield. Just kind of understand it's a video game, and they want to give you quest rewards. Hey, buddy. We can't open the shortcut, right? So we can only go this way. Alrighty, let's see how this goes. I'm probably gonna die. I mean, I did pretty well with the other one, so... Oh. I'll be honest, I thought I was gonna get hit. I did that too early, but... Ow. Can we, like, get to, like, a slightly more open part of this map, please? Thank you. There we go. I'd like to get behind you, ideally. Nice bleed. Come on. Come on. Woo! Hello? My man. Oh, he's gonna get me there. Oh, okay, yeah, he got me. I was like, wait, he did it? No, it's the delay. We need to get out of this corner. Oh. Dang it. That's what I was afraid of. And he's dead. That bleed cinched it. Oh, there we go. Alrighty, boss down. Let's get that shortcut before I go crazy. Yeah, you're dead. We'll talk more about, actually, wait. Do you have a staff? Oh my god, you drop a staff. I was like, of course the game can't just give me the staff. Okay, I'm finally back. Hey, Pantaray. You rested there? Good, thank you so much, Night Scout. If I died and I didn't rest there, that was going to be such a problem. How was the Nito boss fight? It took a bit of patience, but it was first try. The problem with Nito is that with my shield set up, I'm going to take damage. Thankfully, he whiffs like crazy. So it's just a matter of, okay, just accept you're going to take damage and don't take anything from the ads, or at least limit the amount of damage you get from ads. And then, just, like, you know, do him down. So, like, he's not a hard boss by any means. But at least with this dagger, he was definitely one where I was like, okay, I can't just, like, Rafflemal damage him to 0 health real quickly. I'm going to have to take it a little longer than I'd like. Kirk isn't dying from wounds, but he's presumably going hollow from despair and such. Not necessarily. Again, it's sort of like lift up to the writers. Oh, this character, they've lost to us so much, and therefore they will go hollow or whatever. Like, we don't ever see that. I mean, I guess if you killed his fair lady, he might. But then he found Rosaria, so that's when she does get killed, so works out. We done? There we go. So yeah, it just sort of depends on what Kirk's mentality is from all of his losses. I mean, he keeps coming back after us, so clearly he's not someone who's bothered by a little death when it's, you know, not gonna stick. Yeah, nothing here. That's the way down there, so... Again, as we can see, Chaos Flames emitted when we use this lift, because again, this is all part of a Chaos civilization. All of them using the power of the Chaos Flame to build everything. And now we shall destroy the last remaining remnants of it. Okay, how many souls do I need to level up? It's like 55 at this point, right? 52, okay. The loot's found on a corpse instead of just floating in A.A. Rhea stuff. If Petrus kills her, the fire... They don't do... If you didn't notice, Night Scout, in Dark Souls 1, they don't do a lot of having items just left behind without a corpse or anything attached to it, generally speaking. In the case of Rhea, they actually do kill her model and stuff. The armor set spawning after the end of the quest is kind of weird. Demon Souls didn't have this. Well, Demon Souls didn't have a lot of stuff that Dark Souls does, so they do things differently. Anyway, let's see. Where do we want to go? Do we want to... Yeah, we want to keep going to Izalith. Because we just got to deal with Bed of Chaos. That's going to just be, like, a few deaths I have to swallow. In the meantime, we'll get our 10k. So that way I can level up. And then we'll go into Centipede Demon. We'll get the Lava Ring. That should be safe? Yeah. Hey, buddy. Come on, buddy. Oh, my. Oh, of course, that hits me at the tip. Only 1k? Only 1.4k? Aye. We're about to hit 52, though, if we kill a few more of those guys, so... Let's first deal with Capra. Yeah, Bug Guy's not gonna be a problem. Come on. Come on! Yeah. Dang, yeah. Oh. Okay, now that was, If this is Elden Ring, I would be actually kind of scared of that attack. I've seen what, Omen, killers can do. Wow, even less. I am not happy with these drops. Alright, Centipede Boy, we're coming to get you, don't worry. Just, let me farm. Oh, what are you doing here, buddy? Oh. Of course. Let's see. No, we don't need you. You don't matter. Kirk might lose in invasions, but that failure to get the humanity for the Fair Lady could cause him despair and go hollow in his non-invader state. Again, he can invade anyone else. It's not like, oh my god, I can't get it from this one person, therefore I will go hollow. Like, Night Scout, come on. Come on, Night Scout. That's just silly. Generally, a corpse in Dark Souls 1 feels like it's meant to be a corpse to me, since we do see items that appear free-floating as rewards and such. Again, you make a case, though. A corpse that appears when it doesn't make sense for the invader versus a non-corpse, again, just an item, which does make sense, because that's what we usually get items from NPCs who are killed, like Rhea, by themselves. So again, you can see a very clear distinction. It makes sense. Now, you might say, well, that's kind of dumb that the the corpse isn't really the corpse where we get the item isn't really a corpse, versus say when the corpse of the person disappears that we can't loot it from their actual corpse. Like, you can make that case, but there, like you said yourself, there's clearly a distinction being made. It's not like, oh, Rhea was murdered and so they input a corpse in her place. Her character model is just killed, disabled, disappears, fades away, leaves an item. Much like, say, when we killed Leroy or Kirk as invading phantoms and loot their equipment. Ooh. Lordran isn't exactly bustling is all. Well, there's plenty of undead. There's entire ones that have their little cults. Obviously, there's all the various NPCs we meet, so... You could say, like, well, a lot of shit's going to shit, but there's enough one there. And they're still doing their thing, so... You're talking about the female corpses and stuff? Yeah, but those corpses are, again, from general items we collect. I'm not saying that any corpse that we see isn't actually a corpse or what have you. I'm talking about in the specific case of the corpses which only spawn under the condition of which you defeat an invader or have to defeat them multiple times in order for them to appear. Or in the case of, say, Dusk or what have you, where you do Dusk quests and therefore then they will spawn that corpse there in the place, right? Again, they're using it as a, in place of a quest reward system proper. And again, the series makes it consistently clear that invasions are not a problem in and of themselves. And, like, what are you going to say? Oh no, Leroy, he's going hollow because his invasion didn't work to help Nito. Okay, then why doesn't he just help Nito in the boss fight instead of going hollow there? Again, the scenario you're trying to make sense of this, quote unquote, this game mechanic, is nonsensical. Being in the undead state makes you not safe from invasion. Okay, Night Scout, you and I both know that that as the games progress, they change the mechanics for how invasions work and the like. So, like, it doesn't have anything to do with, oh, I'm human or not. You can make the case that lore-wise, a soft lore explanation is like, oh, because you're a human, you have more of your human form or more humanity on you, and therefore you're a ripe target for invaders. Like, maybe you can make that case on there. But, like, in terms of being like, oh, it gives you some protection if you're in hollow form versus human form, nah. Like, it's like, there's nothing intrinsic there. Yeah, okay, we're good. We want to drop down here. And then we got to get the... I think that's, I think that, plus that guy, plus the demon statues should be enough. Because what was it, like 46? Okay, that's dead. I want to be full health for this, though. I would like to do some plunging attacks, but I don't think it's going to work. Oh, yeah, no. Okay. There we go. I was kind of nervous there. Now let's get the souls first. Where are they? Where did I lose my souls? I don't see them. That's not a good sign. At least it's not Bloodborne where they get... Oh, is that... Yeah, there they are. At least it's not Bloodborne where they get, like, picked up or something. Then I'd be, like, real spooked. Okay, we gotta deal with you first. My main, the fire didn't come out. No sound effect needed. Thank you, buddy. this guy, and we're done, so... Dang it. There we go. And we're done. Okay. Now we can handle Centipede Demon, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Nope, not if I get all my stuff broke. Actually, what is my durability? We might need to go for repairs. I can do it at yeah, okay. Repairs might be needed right now. So let's focus on repairing my equipment. Then I can like go back down, quickly kill a few statues, and the difference can be used for leveling up. Ay. Islith, you built a lift. Couldn't you let the lift like go a little lower? Why we gotta climb stairs to get to the elevator? I don't know. I'm thinking that you guys didn't think this one through with the design. Oh, actually, this could solve our problems right away. There we go. Ah, safety. Yeah, I can level up and I can repair my equipment. Okay, let's do that first. Yeah, it's not even that much, so should be fine. Alright, now nothing could Alright. Right, we use this armor. Sure. Now nothing can possibly get in the way of this fight. I find it funny how my Ghost Dagger has been so great on the early game, but now it's like hitting a cap where I'm like leveling up like twice, even sometimes 3 times. And it's not doing so with the strength, but with dexterity, it just keeps on rising. I'm actually having a new opinion on this, on Priscilla's Dagger. I was thinking like, ooh, maybe I'm investing in the wrong weapon, but actually we're kind of working out. Getting a cool dex weapon. Anyway. Oh yeah, Beatrice's corpse appears only after her implied death to the Four Kings, presumably seriously wounded and died. You can have her summoned. She's in the Valley of Drakes. You can easily imagine either A, again, quest reward, or B, she gets killed by one of the dragons out there. So like trying to say, oh well, she was died to the Four Kings. Oh, so her corpse now appears out there. I mean, that would just lend itself credence more to the idea of it just being a quest reward. The Jagged Ghost Dagger is basically an early bloomer, Aele the Drake Sword. I see. It's really good early game for sure, but well, I guess I might have to retire it. Speaking of quest resource, can you get the Wet Witch set from Beatrice's corpse now? Yeah, that's right. I never got it, did I? Huh. Also, invasions are generally used to get humanity, so the invader or someone like the Fair Lady doesn't go hollow. Not needed for Nito. Leroy invades. Well, again, characters in later games too, with humanity mechanic isn't even relevant, still happens. So it's like, no, again, I think you're really trying to twist things into a pretzel to get that to work, just based on the Fair Lady example, when there's plenty of others besides Kirk, who has no attachment to the humanity itself, per se. So in a way, a soul might start via the Dark Sign hollowing. Well, yes, that is possible, again, like you're saying, with the despair and the hollowing thing. That could happen, but not in not in the way that you're describing it here. The characters are clearly very attached to their life, and their motivation would be to stay alive, to personally protect the persons or help them in other ways, not to be like, oh no, I can't get this. Beatrice's own gear. Yeah, we should talk about the... We should talk about this. We gotta... You know what? No, we'll do Centipede Demon, and then we'll get Beatrice, because I don't want to go all the way there, have to travel here for you guys, and then come back here. Like, we can do Beatrice, like, later. Her armor set's not, like, super big priority. I do kind of regret not summoning her for the Four Kings fight, though, because I summoned her for the Moonlight Butterfly. But I wanted to just kind of showcase That she is, of course, appears in the forest, and we'll talk more about that in the future. Alright, so Centipede Demon. Oh. Right. This is why we have the drop-off point. This should be fine. Oh. That's why you have, two-handing. My range! Alright, chat, I'm ready to die to Centipede Demon, or rather to the lava that Centipede Demon decides he's gonna make his lair. Now again, Chaos is fire so hot it melts even rock, creating lava. Thus, Chaos Pyromancy are technically lava arts, as Dark Souls 3 makes explicitly clear. But, going down here... I think I should be fine with what I got currently. I think things will be just swell. More Brave Warrior Souls, yada yada. Fighters. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Okay, that wasn't so bad. Hello, Roots. Alright, as we can see, this is below the area with the staircase we climbed down in order to get to the Demon Fire Sage. Which, by the way, I should talk about the Fire Sage before we go in. That I'm willing to do. Alright, so Demon Fire Sage... Where's the catalyst? Ah, there you are. Again, so the idea, this one says, formed from a Izalith molten rock. Now, the idea is, like, you take a lava rock of Izalith, you sharpen it into, like, kind of a blade-like form, and you stick it on this, stick for a sorcery staff. Gives you the idea, okay, it's a fire weapon, but it's also, of course, again, used for, sorcery, because the idea is that the Demon Fire Sage learned, flame sorcery originally. This was before pyromancy got invented, and therefore, obviously everything revolves around pyromancy at that point, and the flame sorceries become lost arts, essentially. Also, stay hydrated, chat. You may notice here how it uses the term singular here. The Demon Fire Sage was the first demon and the last master of the original fire arts, or the term used is flame sorceries again, of course, in the Japanese. This is not necessarily wrong, but it can be misleading. Because again, as I've talked about before, singular and plural in Japanese can be somewhat ambiguous depending on, and is very context-based. So again, like say, Kiaran's blade and Kiaran's ring in Dark Souls 1 just translate as one blade. Then obviously the DLC comes out, confirms she has two, and in Dark Souls 3, the localizers then, have the Hornet's ring translate to say blades, plural, right? Nothing really changed with the text itself, but the context surrounding the text did. The idea here, of course, is the idea that you can read this as, not necessarily the first demon or the first demons and the last practitioners of flame sorceries, right? This is relevant because we see there's not just one fire sage. There's another, the Stray Demon. Same staff, same everything, just less fire because he's, stray. He's been away from Izalith for very long. He's not steeped in that chaos power or anything like that. Again, goes back to the idea we talked about of Anor Londo taking prisoners of war and then repurposing them in the case of the Undead Asylum as prison wardens, essentially, right? Same thing with what we see with the Batwing demons, who seem to have betrayed their kind in order to receive some of Gwyn's lightning power. Additionally, so when they're using their weapons and stuff, they're not just having weapons sharpening the bones of their own kindred, their own Batwing demons. They're also getting imbued with the lightning power. So it shows kind of the contrast between those who resisted and those who submitted to Gwyn's overwhelming force. In terms of the Fire Sages, though, we get the idea that, so as Miyazaki describes in the DesignWorks interview, Ceaseless Discharge is the first demon, right? He's rough, he's messy, all that. He's an actual true child of Izalith because, again, the witch was pregnant with him during the time that she's creating the Chaos Flame. The pregnancy is likely a key component in why the Life Soul ended up finally successfully sparking its own quote-unquote first flame. The resulting destruction, as we know, perfectly encapsulated in Ceaseless and his lack of control over everything. But then Izalith regains control of the flame. So once the flame has been stabilized, once we're able to actually be able to, okay, everything's calmed down, well, Mommy and two sisters have become a seedbed, what are we gonna do? Well, we'll rebuild civilization. We'll add some extra safeguards, as we see with the dome and stuff like that. "Quote unquote" dome, as we'll talk about when we get past there. And then, moving right along, we will eventually get to the point where, okay, we have all these demons we're creating, and these are all loyal. They're faithful. You know, they're the early initiators. They're the first come, first serve. We're really interested in this whole new demonhood thing with the power of this chaos flame. Well, they start learning the arts of the witches themselves, the flame sorceries. But then the witches end up discovering pyromancy and spread it amongst not just each other, and because again, each from like teacher to student, so like Witch of Izalith to her and her daughters, and then they pass it on to other humans or demons, etc., who would be interested in using it. And basically, the fire sages end up becoming again their own priest caste again, because it's fire sage is a flame or a fire priest. The idea is that these are the demons, the demon clergy in the religion, much like the pinwheels we talked about earlier, much like the priest of Elka or high priest of Lloyd, etc., etc., etc. So, again, we kind of see how the same patterns are appearing with all the gods, though each of it has their own flavors. In this case, tailored to the unique situation that Izalith put herself in. Anyway, heading inside. As you can see, there's the centipede demon we saw before. Well, now he's senses prey. Again, the chaos burning within it. All right. Come and kill me. Come on, get over here, you. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. Ow. That's not gonna work either. Can you, like... Can you, like, actually get on the floor that's not lava? Ow. Nope, he can't. This is gonna be a pain. Ah, yes, one of the first FromSoft bosses ever, yep. Game audio has been really low for a while. Your audio is at a good level, though. Game audio is slightly low for you guys? Okay, we can put it, slightly up. You guys can't tell me this right away. Like, I won't be insulted or anything if you just say, like, hey, it sounds low, because I'd rather get that all sorted out at the beginning of a stream, so that way, you guys aren't just sitting through barely able to hear any important audio bits. Though, again, I guess that also depends on your individual setup, so please make sure it's not like you have your audio, like, down low or something. Again, I trust you guys know what you're doing, but, you know, we all have our days. Speaking of... I like how I took no damage the first time, but the second time it was like, nope, you're taking all the damage. Well, at least we're on ground now, so maybe this guy will finally cooperate. Come on. What? Okay, that's just unfair. Oh, that's just unfair! Alright, now we can have some fun. Now we're allowed to play the video game. Ow. We got the orange shard ring! Woo! Cut off one of its heads. Now, it can regenerate its limbs after a certain amount of time, but I don't think it's going to live long enough to do so. That was the grab, I think. And dead. Centipede Demon. Ah, finally finished. Almost level up again. That's always nice. And we got one Brave Warrior soul, so but we need a little bit more to justify all that. First off, though, let's do this because now we can. Yeah. Okay. Now that Warrior soul will work out. Here, green Titanite shard. We can now get also the embers up above, so we'll do that next. Nothing else here, right? Nope. Just don't mind me just casually walking through lava. Hey, Solaire.
Why? Why? After all this searching, I still cannot find it.
Can't find his son.
Why? After...
Well, sucks to be you, man. Use you. Woo! And level up. Ah, more damage. If you're planning to continue after this boss, wouldn't it be a bad idea to leave the audio like this, given the annoying lava audio of Lost Izalith? Hey, John. Good to see you. Did we talk about the dragon butts yet? No, we haven't. You're just in time for that. Good. The dragon butts are my most burning question. Okay, we'll talk about that in a sec. Let's see. What do you think of the Chaos Demons having shared features with the Ulasilian bloatheads, multiple red eyes lodged in bone, bony skulls, and gross everywhere, chaos weapon scaling with humanity? The humanity thing is because they have a humanity mechanic and they want to use souls to show, like, how, again, souls power flame, and, you know, dark souls are the souls that nobody wants. Like, that's kind of the point, right? Like, the gods have made humanity sort of like that thing. Like, you just use it for fuel. Don't use it for anything else. Why would you? It's like you could use a regular soul, but why would you? Why would you get rid of your curse with a regular soul when you could just, you know, get rid of humanity? I mean, what good is humanity, right? You use regular souls for currency after all, right? So, like, that's for that angle. But in terms of the general correlation, I think it's because we see both. I wouldn't say necessarily bloat heads with like the eyes and stuff, because like some of that's pretty generic. It's not really quite shared with a lot too many demons, right? It sort of depends on the design. The demons can look like anything. It's basically whatever the concept artist comes up with. But the general idea of the chaos being life, and again the life soul sort of like generating a flame which creates and conjures new life, oftentimes parasitic life, that attaches to other life and combines and creates these new beings and things that we see, right? Like what we see with like the Fair Lady and her parasites with the spawn from the humanity that's fed to her as a firekeeper when she's a seedbed, and of course what we see with Izalith as a seedbed. I think that's all similar to what we see with the dark and humanity. with spontaneous generation, right? The dark has a similar proclivity to generate and create things. That's the idea behind the wandering spirits that you can use in the online play, right? Like humanity gets dropped and it sort of forms and creates this little like crab thing with a shell and stuff, and it goes around picking up other items and going around. And sometimes we see like becoming like dark spirits again and things of that nature. And that's a fun little mechanic with items and stuff, right? So that seems to be where I think the similarities between chaos and the dark come in. Because again, it's the idea that the dark generates life, and of course chaos is of course the very nature of life. It's like life at its essence. Manus himself has the multiple red eyes lodged in the bony horns, reminiscent of the Capra Demon or more important figures. Well, Capra Demon and like Manus, I wouldn't really necessarily compare them. It's like okay, like the Capra Demon has a bony skull with not really bony skull, but a bony head with multiple eyes. It's like, okay, sure. Manus is like kind of like a human, like ape-like face with a ton of like branching like horns out of the actual skull itself rather than atop it. And, like it's very different. Like it's kind of like you could say like a bunch of things have red eyes or something in this series. I wouldn't necessarily make a correlation there. Anyway, we got our level up that I wanted, so that's cool. We're gonna do Dragon Butts now. Yeah, I think we're gonna go all the way to Bed of Chaos today, because I think Bed of Chaos isn't that bad, where we're at. Again, we see the massive doorway here. Again, presumably this doorway leads into the ruins we see, both the ones we kind of explore along the edges up here, as well as the ruins we see in the walls up all around here. So the idea is that, hey, there's the formal entrance to Izalith, which makes sense, right? You have the shortcut lift there, which is a big, formal, fancy lift down to Izalith. Then you climb down the staircase that takes us all the way here, take a straight path here. Obviously, the lava's now flooding all this, so whatever was here before, or that might have been here before, is gone. But then you get the big, fancy gate here. But anyway, we can no longer explore any more of the demon ruins. Those Izalithian ruins are no longer important. Now we shall focus on the core to the capital of chaos itself. The ruined capital that it is. Yeah, we should be safe, right? Like, it's just a straight shot. Here we go. Now, everyone's favorite enemy, the Izalith Dragon Butts. Now, I believe the localization's official name for this is the Bounding Demons of Izalith. Before that, I want to highlight to you, again, this is the quote-unquote dome here. There's no items over there, right? I don't think so. I don't see anything. Well, I hope there isn't anything I would want there. As we can see, there's a little hole here from the roots and stuff that we're now sort of infiltrating, right? The formal entrance to Izalith is this over here, which we unlock as a shortcut through the Fair Lady, right, in her covenant. This is the formal way to get into Izalith. We're kind of breaking in, similar to Anor Londo. Because, again, we're not supposed to. We don't have interest in the city with the main gate there. So even if we theoretically could open that gate, it's not our focus. Our objective is to go over there. Now, as we can see, notice the big temple building. Again, like a temple or a palace. And, of course, the giant tree growing up and out of right behind it. And then surrounding here is a bunch of these enemies. So the question is, why do we find these enemies and why are they here? Well, obviously, this is the core of the Izalithian ruin structure. This is where all of the city revolves around. Obviously, we have this, again, quote-unquote dome, though from this area, it looks more like a curved concave wall. See, you can notice how there's nothing else on the top or anything there. So the idea seems to be, again, a wall of protection, because, again, after the whole destruction caused by the Chaos Flame the first time around, when they built the city, there's naturally going to be safeguards in place. So, okay, in case something goes wrong with the flame again, it starts exploding with power, instead of it going out and, you know, scarring the land and melting everything, we'll at least try to create this big, thick rock wall to at least hopefully deter it, right? Now, as we can see with the lava flooding, it's at least doing some of its job of containing this, kind of. But, between Ceaseless and the powers of chaos and this place now being, of course, in ruins, not really getting the upkeep it needs. Oh, there we go. But we have the idea, all of this revolves around the witches. So, The idea that these dragon bodies would be associated with the witches is actually not that surprising. Recall that, again, Izalith was looking into using her life soul to create a fire of life. She wanted her own first flame, as it were. That was her ambition. Oh. There we go. I'm not going to walk around. I'm going to get myself killed doing that. Izalith was so ambitious that she wanted to study fire, to control it, to hold it in her very hands, and use it in that fashion. Again, God trying to play God. What a shocker. To that end, she does lots of studies into flame sorcery and all that, and eventually, of course, creates the Chaos Flame. What was she doing though before that? What was maybe some of her earlier experiments before she succeeded with Chaos? Well, as we can see with these dragon butts, these are the other side of the two dragon zombies that we faced. We fought the front half. We've talked about the one dragon zombie whose back end seems to have fallen into the ravine with the rotted body. The other one's is, again, the rotten back half is still there in Ariamis. It's supposed to be a wall, though you can glitch it so it doesn't function that way. The front half of there, again, another dead archdragon. So the idea is like, oh, okay, these are archdragon corpses, and they're only the back halves. Now, of course, From Software has limited resources, so they can only like place the enemies to try to tell us what the story is here. But the important thing to note here is that none of these are the front halves, i.e. none of these are the parts with the heads. Now, as you may recall, Anor Londo claims the heads of the archdragons they hunted down. They use them as trophies, hang them up in the places like the Royal Manor and stuff like that. It's kind of like, hey, this is the emblem of our success in war. So, what do they do with the rest of the bodies? Well, we see in the case of, say, the Iron Golem, they might take a dragon bone and use that with the power of souls and stuff in order to create new technology or stuff. But is that all the bodies? Or was it that a bunch of these bodies that were, they took the heads and then they gave the rest of them to Izalith to experiment with, again, as part of her studies into understanding the origins and nature of life. So that way she could advance her research. That seems to be the point of these. Again, their official name and localization is like Bounding Demon of Izalith, but they're not actually demons. It's similar to how the Corvians, or Crow Men of Velka in the painting world, are referred to as Crow Demons in localization, when that's not really, they're not really anything related to, like, say, Titanite Demons or Chaos Demons or anything like that. They are something separate, at least as far as naming is concerned. These enemies officially are called the Narisokonai, or the failed to be, failed to become. The idea being is that you fail to become something. This was used in Demon Souls to refer to Allant. The idea is the final boss Allant is not King Allant, it's Allant the failed to be, because he failed to become a demon, a proper demon at least, as we can see with his malformed form. But as for these enemies, it becomes clear, oh, these are failures at becoming dragons. And we can see the same thing happening with later games. The term failed to be, or Narisokonai, is reused in Dark Souls 2 to refer to the imperfect, quote-unquote, the, again, more creatures, which, again, they're actually, I think, reusing this dragon butt model, but add a mouth to it, for the Shulva DLC. Then you have in Dark Souls 3 the same thing, where a Seath-like dragon experiment creation by Sullivan is a bunch of failures being kept imprisoned in Neerthal Dungeon. Again, they're called wretches, but again, Japanese is Narisokonai, failed to be, failures. So the idea is that all of these are failed experiments into creating living dragons. Instead, they become these kind of almost necromantic creations. And that seems to be the lore there, and now they're just repurposed as annoying guard dogs. Speaking of, ignore me! Alright, we're done here. No more lava, please. My chat can't take the sound. Oh. Now we have a chest here. Ooh. One of the few chests which has a soul of a great hero. So you have the soul of a very powerful hero being being placed here. No, I need a oh. Don't, Mr. Dragon Butt. We have a very powerful soul being found in a chest here, which is very curious because it makes you wonder where's the body. Why did they take the soul and put it in a chest almost entombed here? My answer to this is that we have we do have the case of a corpse without a soul attached, who would theoretically have a powerful soul in the dead daughter of Chaos that's enshrined over by Ceaseless. The idea, of course, being is that during the war with Anor Londo, one of the daughters would fell. That may be the battlefield in which where she fell. She's enshrined and memorialized after the battle. The soul would be taken and then properly mourned by being interred again with the fellow mother and daughters here in the core of the Izalith city. There we go. Again, more there are corpses here with Guinevere's divine blessings. Again, she gives her blessings to warriors such as Silver Knights and the like, which again makes sense because we know about the conflict between the demons and Anor Londo's knights in the past. What's the best way to get down without dealing too much damage? I guess here. Yeah. Perfect. This is an illusory wall. Nice. This one I'm actually going to do this in advance. Oh, cool. Yeah, we're going to do this in advance because I'm going to need all the humanity I can get for this. I think we need one more, right? Because we have to be in human form. Actually, no, I'm technically already... No, I'm in hollow form. Yeah, I'm in hollow form. Yeah, okay. So are they still the butts of the real dragons or completely from experiments? Like I said, the idea would be that Gwyn is basically like, hey, Isla, can you help me with the dragon hunts and cooperate? Okay, well, besides you not like trying to destroy me, what is in it for me? It's like, well, I can give you some of these I can give you some of the bodies once we'll just claim the heads, and you can use it for research. And she's like, okay, deal. So it's very likely that these rotting corpses of the back ends of dragons, the headless parts, are taken from directly from the hunts, and they've kind of just been kept around again like guard dogs ever since. Similar to what we see with dragon experiments in Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3. In Dark Souls 3, again, the idea is to take people and try to transform a person into a Seath-like archdragon, again, which succeeds eventually with Osseros. And then in Dark Souls 2, the idea is Shulva, because of their work with worship and stuff of sin, and Alana gets in with the dark and all that. They start working together to try to create basically like an artificial archdragon creation, kind of like what Aldia ends up succeeding in doing. Yeah, so am I human now? Yep. Okay, so I can do the Kindle. With how Izalith proper is a flat wasteland filled with colossal legs that have friendly fire, do you think they blindly flattened Izalith? Possibly. They're big, but again, it sort of depends on how it sort of depends on how much control, I guess. Like, are they being careful in this lava-filled wasteland? Because I don't know. I feel like if anything, the lava would be the reason why it isn't. It might be quote unquote too flat. You know, melting rock and all that. Well, lethal lava might destroy the body like a sword cremate. Yeah, that's something I would think. Oh, no, I see. You're talking about the soul thing. Though Memorials of the Daughter of Chaos can work too. Yeah, I agree. We're talking about a great hero soul being taken. Who's great? What great hero would Izalith recognize? With the Izalith witches recognize and want to bring here to be stored in a chest? You know, kind of the idea of we own this, we contain this, we protect this, right? You know, it's kept in a nice little storage area. What would we do? What would we do that for? Well, we would do that for one of our own, our sister, our daughter. We would take her. Her body can be left to be memorialized, right? Like left there on the off and kind of be like, hey, here's a memorial to that battle or whatever. And she fought valiantly, blah 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 blah. She's a great hero, and she has a soul because again, she's a daughter of chaos. Of course, she's going to be strong like Quelaag, like Quelana, like others who have very. It's all something where you can be like, okay, yeah, this is someone who's killed a lot, fought a lot, trained their magic, is able to have a soul worthy of being a great hero. And that's the type of person. So that's where I think is the most likely owner of that soul. Because again, we have one dead daughter. We have one dead daughter of chaos, which again we don't loot a soul. We just loot the clothes. Again, doesn't necessarily say anything strictly, but then we have a great hero soul with the association. It's like, okay, yeah, this would make sense if that's how they're doing it. Because again, okay, we'll let the commoners enjoy and view the body, but we keep the soul. That's the essence of her, right? Again, they're all about life, right? Like they're all about the light. They're all about the nature of life, or what have you. So the soul would be something where it's like, okay, this is the essence of you. This is really you. Even though you're gone now, we want to have you and be able to respect you. So we're gonna put you in this little temple structure that we have here, and as your kind of like honor. We can't do that for a little while, and I don't think we can. I don't think we're gonna be able to level up before Bed of Chaos. So I think we could just move forward. Siegmeyer is ahead, I think. So I guess we can do his thing. Oh boy, as we can see, the path here is broken. Do I really want to get those divine blessings all the way over there? Okay, sure. I rested here, so if I die, it's not the biggest deal. Divine blessing. Divine blessing. Man, this holy water, it's going to be quite spicy, I imagine, after sitting in lava for a while. I don't know why, but I find the way that breaks apart so hilarious. Alright, let's stay alive long... Oh. Let's stay alive long enough so I can, Perfect. Let's stay alive long enough so that way I can get the last Kirk invasion, because I missed the first one. Let's at least get the other two. We go this way, right? We're free, chat. No more lava. Again, we're now inside the temple palace structure. Oh, you're dead. Okay. You're just inactive. Oh. Now, again, we see with the idea of these demon statues, these seem to be actual legitimate statues made in the form of demons and animated through the power of chaos, similar to gargoyles. As we can see, they can ornament different areas, and much like the other gargoyles, actually come to life and be useful in that regard. They also can be very big. I'll showcase that in a sec once we get here. Yo. Where are they? There we go. Now that might look, that might not look that big from this angle, but believe me, that thing is massive. It is a giant. It is like 3 times our size. And it just kind of sits up there doing his thing. Floating. Totally on his own. Are we done? Are we... Oh, are we done here? We gotta do Siegmeyer's quest. Hello, Sieg. Oh. There we go. No, it's at the main area. Let's focus first, though, on Kirk, so... Gwaelena's gonna be a pain in the ass. This is why you're not the oldest. Gwaelena isn't as insufferable as you. You have to come here with an invading spirit to help you, and all your chaos pyromancies, yada yada. Now, these enemies, known as the Chaos of Izalith, pretty much encompass exactly what you can expect. Chaos demons can be anything. Anything else we should be concerned about? Nope, I think that's just Kirk. So let's drop down here. Yeah. Is there anything item we want here? Yeah, there is. Okay, yeah, that's just a statue. You can die. Okay, so we got another Soul of a Hero. Just sort of left there, and then this. Oh, very curiously, a rare ring of sacrifice of Velka. We don't care for this. Oh, wonder what Solaire helped you fight Gwyn. Is that Guts? I'm interpret. Are you asking Wonder why? I assume. Because Solaire's looking for his own son, and the First Flame is his ultimate conclusion. If you help him on the on that part of his quest, he's like, well, I could link the fire in my own time space, and then I can be a blazing sun as well. That's at least what Miyazaki says he'd like to think happens when Solaire's there. The giant demons would have breathed fiery orbs down at some point in development too. Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like it'd be so cool if it'd be so cool to see Izalith fully realized. Is the Bed of Chaos in its final form, or is the goal for it to become even bigger? I don't know what you mean by final form, John. There's again, like Night Scout was alluding to earlier, this character has an official name. She's called Grana, in the same way that Quelaag is called Crag, Crag, or Quaylana is called Krana. So again, the G and the C, the G quote unquote and C quote unquote sounds in Japanese are very similar. So it's a very easy the characters themselves too. So you can very easily see the reference that Grana here is. I refer to her as Gwaelana in order to keep with the localization tradition of Quelaag and Quaylana. Ooh. There we go. And Kirk down. As we can see, Kirk as a Chaos Servant is very much familiar with the inner work, the ultimate goal for Chaos Servants to ultimately go to Izalith. Ooh, we got our humanity. I'm pretty sure I already had that, but whatever. Oh, I guess it's humanity acquired as in I picked up his. There we go. There we go. Ow. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah, you do that. Gwaelana here is often regarded, in the English community at least, as the eldest daughter. Though this isn't actually strictly true, because as I've talked about before, Quaylana refers to all her sisters collectively as her younger sisters in certain dialogue. So it's very clear that she is the eldest, hence her guilt over essentially abandoning them during their hour of need. Izalith Catalyst. Yay! Again, makes sense, because again, Daughter of Chaos. This is the staff that they used when they were Flame Sorcerers. Way before Pyromancy was invented, as well as before the Bed of Chaos and everything else happened. They started teaching some of that flame sorcery to the priests of their new Chaos religion. There we go. Now here we go again. To present ownership, we find it near Gwaelana. Chaos Fire Whip. So this is something where we have to break down. There we go. Now, Quelana teaches us a fire whip spell herself. Jeremiah, again, the witch and the daughter's father. The witch, sorry, not witch and the daughters. The daughters of the witch's father. Also has a chaos fire spell along with other chaos spells. But in this case, the idea here is, the fire whip was wielded by the eldest of the daughters of chaos. This is referring to the idea that fire whips in general are wielded by the eldest daughters, right? It's not just this is the eldest daughter because she uses one. This is one of the eldest daughters. So Quelana is among the elder sisters, but she's not the eldest. Again, that's reserved for Quelana, who also again has her own fire whip spell. Though it's clear that obviously Quelana is more into sort of doing like sort of normal flame. She's somewhat distances herself from the chaos stuff on what she tries to teach humans, something simpler. One area which we got to see in Dark Souls 1 was the Great Swamp. Yeah, that would never happen because we'd have to go outside of Lordran, which the game is just not interested in. But yeah, it'd be cool to see a lot of the countries outside. I'd like to see Astora. I'd like to see Vinheim. There's tons of countries I'd love to see. Looking at the dome from where Quelana is gives you a really nice view. Yeah, it's really cool seeing, you really get a sense of the wall that's protecting. Again, the bed of chaos is up ahead. They understand. All of this could be all melted sludge if the chaos goes out again. So they create this giant thing. Now we can see some of it's crumbled, and we don't know the full extent. Again, when we look at it from outside areas, it's a full dome. Here it looks like more just a concave wall. So it's hard to say what their full intentions are for how extensive this thing should be. Probably would extend like probably close to where the temple is, though. And then, as we can see, again, the giant tree stuff. This, of course, foreshadows what we're going to see when we go down, and we'll see a lot more happening there. But now we need to worry about Siegmeyer. Let's see. Do you feel like the Daughters of Chaos were ultimately a whole is greater than the sum of its parts case for their power? It's that's an interesting question. We know that obviously, like, for example, the Fair Lady, we don't know how powerful she could have been. She may have been really weak, because obviously she looks up and respects Quelaag and stuff like that, who's a lot more confident than her, who's obviously, at the very least, I think we can all say she's no pushover, etc. Like, so it could be a case of them working together, especially in concert with their mother, was perhaps when they are most effective, and individually they are not the strongest. But again, this is sort of a thing where it's like, what's gameplay versus lore here, right? It's one of those things where you can kind of try to theory craft about this stuff, but I don't know. It's really is kind of like, if you could be someone who like breezes into the Duke's archives, and you'd be like, how could the gods not have been able to infiltrate it with all their power and resources? Like, it's like, listen, that's what the writing says. The big tree just broke apart the center ceiling, in my opinion. That could be a possibility, but again, we don't see as much rubble as I'd like, so I wouldn't commit to anything there. Source on Quelana's name was a guidebook or a radio interview, right? Thank you, mentioned that earlier. Yes, Quelana, or again, the Japanese name is Grana, and I say Quelana to keep consistent with the localization for all of you guys. But it's like, Quelana's name is used, again, if I remember correctly, it's Witch's daughter, or witch daughter, Grana, right? And that's the name that's used in guidebooks. And I don't think it's ever stated in an interview. I know that the characters are mentioned in passing in an interview, but not her specifically by name. Yeah, so it should be basically a case of, different guidebooks, similar to Americus, who again is one of the knights that's probably the knight nearest to Ferris, in the Forest Hunters. The character doesn't need a name. There's no item or anything that talks about the name. The character just happens to have a name. Similar things happen in Dark Souls 3. The cannibal woman in that game is Isabella, or the priest of the profane capital who attacks us on top of the church roof. He's called Eamon. So like, there are a bunch of characters get names, but they don't get mentioned in the game itself. It's only something you know because the official names come out in guides and stuff, along with other stuff. For example, my Archive of the Fire lists Guaylena's name, and this is again a more recent book, so it's like it's one of those things where it wasn't just like an obscure book during release. It's stuff that gets consistently brought back and reused by when other companies or like Sony ask Namco Bandai or FromSoft or whoever to hand out all these official names and stuff like them so they can make these guides. Okay, so let's go work on Siegmeyer now. I think we have to go this way. Up? Yeah. I think we have to go up and around one more time, and then we'll be able to get to his area, I think. No, this... Oh, no, this is not it. Yeah. We have to be up there. That's what we want. Okay. Now I remember. Yeah. Okay. By chance, do you know who published the guidebook, example Japan's version of Prima guides? Gosh, no, not off the top of my head, Night Scout. Unfortunately, I don't. I know it was a bunch of them. And like I said, I have the Archive of the Fire, which I know is, if I recall correctly, the publisher is in fact Sony. It's a bunch of Sony, a bunch of Sony people. I think it's for like the Sony news magazine or something like that specifically. I think it's that division, but I have to double check. Okay, yeah, now I remember. We go here. Oh, you require 4 hits. That's not good. Oh no. We're in a... I'm nervous now. Also, I should probably equip this in advance. I don't care for you, for the situation we're about to find ourselves in. I don't think... I can't remember, is it toxic or poison that these guys have? The area ahead. Oh... I can't do anything about the armor degradation, so I just can't get grabbed. Gotta avoid that. Yeah, that's the way to open it. Again, we see our Titanite demon. So again, these demons spawn from the Titanite slabs after the death of the blacksmith deity. Just keep on appearing. They will literally be anywhere there's a slab. Or rather, I should say they could be anywhere there's a slab. Thankfully, it seems that after so much time has passed, Blacksmith's soul kind of calmed down and stopped having the slabs it's connected to create those things. Thank goodness. There we go. Alright, let's hopefully not die with all these souls I've got here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, no. Hey, buddy. The only bio they care about is Abyssal Archive. Thanks, John. I appreciate it. Arberg. I guess the oh wait, sorry. There's more to this. So is Quaylana genuine in seeing what's happened to her mother, sister, etc., or is there a more misleading vibe? Like Hawkshaw talks about her possibly mind controlling Dead. No, Hawkshaw bases his conclusions on the idea that what Quaylana says is inconsistent with what we actually see or is presented in the rest of the game. But as I've talked about before, this is because of localization issues. Quaylana is genuine about feeling that her family has suffered enough. Let's end this. Why are you still so... Like, as we can see here, even now, with everything in ruins, her mom and her family are still attached to chaos. And as we can see in the case of Quelaag and the Fair Lady basically run away from home to start their own little seedbed project out in Blighttown, breaking the implicit pact between Anor Londo and Izalith, right? The idea being is that the demons kept to their area, and everyone else kept to their own, and they kept to their own domains. But Izalith has no humans. As we may know, the entire human population, what once was there, is gone. there are no more humans, no more humanity, no more new potential demons or anything to add, none of that. And there's none that are coming in now, because again, the areas have been, like, basically made cordoned off as forbidden territory. As a result, it's been 1,000 years of the Bed of Chaos just basically suffering with the burden of the Chaos Flame again, because they have to keep it under control and all that. For no reason. Their nation is in ruins. They're not able to rebuild it. Everything is basically falling apart slowly but surely. Like, why are you so obsessively clinging to these ambitions? Well, Quelaag at least thinks that, okay, this bell's been ringing constantly lately, and I want to go run away with Sister and check out, because why are we just waiting here for us to slowly die? Like, nothing's gonna happen, right? We have to strike out on our own, even if it means breaking our pact with Anor Londo here, risk another war or whatever, and we'll do it, right? And then as we can see, she figures out about the undead, the whole undead bell ringing thing, and kind of surmises the obvious. Oh, hey, with the whole giant barrier thing showing up and everything else, is like, oh wow, this is all directed at basically sacrificing us for Gwyn's firelinking thing, right? So it's like, okay, in that case, we're gonna send out the Capra demon, the Taurus demon, right, in order to block the paths to get to the bells and stuff like that. In order to Quelaag herself, of course, building up her forces in Blighttown and things like that. Of course, we foil those plans versus, say, Gwaelana and the Bed of Chaos with the two sisters that help comprise it being like, okay, we're gonna just stay here, be with the mother. You know, why are you trying to rock the boat? Like, let's just kind of like stay with what families we have left. Like, we've already lost enough, right? Like, that seems to be the two mentalities at play. Now, Quaelana, she ran away from all that during the hunts, right? Like, she's the person who, she acknowledges herself, she's a coward. She pretends to be like, oh, I'm out here, like, questing, searching for answers and all this, out here in this little ravine swamp thing. It's like, no, you're not. You're doing nothing. She acknowledges she's doing nothing. It's just, she didn't expect that Gwyn would let her family live, right? She didn't expect he would relent to be like, okay, we're going to create a peace and I'm going to leave. And now they're alive, right? She was trying to run out and save her own skin. And now she has to deal with the idea of, oh, if I go back, I have to face the family I abandoned. That's awkward, right? Especially when you're the eldest daughter, right? You are the one, like, you're the one who's supposed to be responsible and protecting all your other fellow sisters and all that stuff. So from Quaelana's perspective, it's a matter of they're pointlessly attached to this thing that's clearly done us no good. It's not helpful, it's not useful. And I can't do this because I don't have, quote-unquote, the power to or the resolve in order to actually face my family who I abandoned. So it's like she rather pawns it off on us. That's her idea. Now, as we see in Dark Souls 3, of course, there is a reconciliation, because as Ingi acknowledges in this game, wouldn't Quaelana be a great comfort to the fair lady if she were here, like, all that stuff, right? Like, so clearly there is a reconciliation moment in the events between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 that allows, basically, Quaelana to rejoin into Demon Society when they kind of, old Demon King shows up and we have they start actually trying to rebuild things now proper and all that. Let's see. Lore-wise, the Daughters of Chaos never seem to have a standout among them, save for maybe Quelaag, but lots of knights and such are great renowned. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's hard to say, because we don't get a lot of text or anything talking about them, so we don't know if too many of them are strong. Like, again, the one witch who fights in the dragon, in the war with Anor Londo and stuff, that one seems to be stand out as a great hero, maybe, right? But, and maybe Fair Lady is decently strong, maybe. Quaelana, as we see, she's not like the slouches. She's a squishy mage, but like again, she still has powerful pyromancy. And of course, we can only imagine what the other two witches who became part of the Seedbed could have done if they weren't part of the Seedbed. But and obviously we never see what the Witch of Izalith herself does. But like it's one of those things where it's hard, right? Because we don't have like say a case of like Anor Londo's knight culture to kind of compare it to, where the whole thing is about, hey, be strong, get honored for your strength and your service, etc. Very different things. I guess the collective power question could be linked to the traditional witchcraft / pagan stuff. Usually women working together to gain power explains why the men of their line can't control stuff. By any chance, do you know who... Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Speaking of the area ahead, the crumbling floor... Yeah, we talked about that. When in doubt, bone warp out. That's very true, Night Scout. It looks like the Elden Ring art books are going to be released in English in July, so that'll be cool. Yeah, that'll be cool. I'm so glad people are going to have that. I wonder what the official names of stuff are going to be compared to the Japanese. I wonder how accurate or inaccurate it is, right? It can be kind of hit or miss. Like, Dark Souls 1 had it really bad, but, like, other games mostly get it on point, so I'd actually be really interested in that. And then, Loki, do you recommend any other Soulsborne books? Design Works 1 and 2 are good. The comics are glorified fanfics, to be honest. Soul Arts and You Died are awesome. Nothing too much, because I've read a bunch of stuff, but only when it's relevant to, again, the penning of Abyssal Archive and stuff like that. Like, I wouldn't recommend any like guidebooks or something. Like, if there's a book where it's like, oh hey, we have like lore or something like that, like maybe get the Dark Souls 2 Collector's Edition guide, because that one a strategy guide, I mean, because that one, I think if I recall correctly, has some lore bits in it that are and I think they've been confirmed to be good lore bits. Though again, I can't vouch for the translation, right? Because I think it's English only, as far as I'm aware. The other stuff though, when they're like, oh, we got like all the items compiled or stuff and everything, and then we'll like give you like a compiled like take on what the lore is based on these item texts. Don't use that because they're using the English script. Believe me, I've read some of the preview pages and stuff for that. It's like, oh boy, it gets bad. So, like, again, like, I recommend Abyssal Archive, obviously. That's me, like, pumping up my own book. Again, respect the grift. I mean it. It's probably one of the best on the market for that type of stuff. If you are looking for stuff that is lore-related in other fields, Designworks, like you said, is probably the best. Because, again, it has the interviews, and even if the interviews translations aren't perfect, they're better than the fan translations floating around online. I can guarantee you that. So you can get those and at least feel like you at least have something approaching something accuracy that you can rely upon if you want to kind of check what the developers' thoughts or design decisions were. Oh, awesome. Okay, thanks for answering my question about Quelana. I gotta admit, in the English version, I never trusted her. I feel like after pointing out the reconciliation, I feel bad for her. Yeah, like that was a personally Dark Souls, again, not to stray too far into Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1 lore play. When I found Quelana's corpse with the Fair Lady in Dark Souls 3, I obviously I knew the lore for Dark Souls 1 because of the again playing Japanese and all that, and then coming into Dark Souls 3 and seeing that moment, I was like, oh my god, they reconciled. And she stayed, like, again, this is a same scenario, right? People are coming in, killing all the humans, the demons, all these people here, right? Like, it looks like Izalith's gonna face total destruction, and this time, Quelana didn't run away. She stayed and fought to the very end to protect her family. And that type of subtle storytelling of Quelana's character development, I just find so amazing, so awesome, and is what makes Dark Souls so special. So, like, stuff like that is like, yeah, that rang an emotional chord to me, because I've always been biased to Izalith, but, like, seeing that in Dark Souls 3, I was just like, oh. Like, wow. Anyway. Quelana and Guelana seem like they're Kiaran level at most, but when you know they could weave great firestorms together, albeit with the mom. Yeah, that's very true. We know that when they work together, for sure stuff can happen. Now, where do they sit on the power scale? I don't know. I would assume they're stronger than most, again, just by the fact of there being medials, them being witches, trained by their mother, etc. Took part in the dragon hunts, obviously took part in the demon war until Quelana deserted, at least in her case. But again, so I imagine they're probably decently strong, but again, without like a lot of like text or stuff like giving us an idea of like how strong they are, any accolades for which to herald them for, or anything like that, it's really hard to like say. And that's why I don't really get into like power level scaling debates on like any series really, but definitely not on Dark Souls. I think you can I think there's enough ambiguity that you can kind of just like, it's gonna never like have a satisfactory answer, I don't think. Anyway, just how long was Quelana sitting out there in the swamp, afraid to face her family all those years? 1,000 years, Guts. 1,000 years. That's the idea, right? Like, ever since the 1,000 years of atonement, of the Bed of Chaos, right? For daring to go challenge Anor Londo and the gods there with her family. She's been suffering 1,000 years alone without any support or anything, right? And Quelana's like, okay, just put her out of her misery. Oh, wow. You've been sleeping this whole time. Okay. Ah, yay. These demon experiments aren't too good even for Quelaag and company. Quelaag has tons of skinless exposed flesh to connect her human and now spider self. I'll be honest, it would not be my decision to be like, hey, I'm going to become a demon. Let me, like, have, like, this living spider half period that, like, takes over my lower half. I don't know. I just personally find that a little undesirable. Just me, maybe. Maybe I just don't see the appeal to having 8 legs. There you are. Yeah, you do that. Did Izalith challenge Anor Londo? Yes, that's the trigger for the demon conflict. He sees the opportunity. Let's see if we can. Uh-huh. All right. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, okay, go. That went about as well as you'd expect. Ah! Yeah, look at all that. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no durability. Okay. Let's get some repairs in. Where's some demon statues? Demon statues? There you are. Oh, that's right. Alright, we gotta repair this weapon first thing. This is embarrassing. Well, poor Siegmeyer. I'm sure he's fine. Probably should wear the rusted iron ring to help Siegmeyer down there. Oh, that's true. That's very true, because I don't need the lava ring at that point, so... Yeah. Come on, come over here. I'll kill another one. Yeah, I want to do that and get the armor. Okay, so note to self, don't try plunging attacking. It's just going to either get me at worst stuck in their grab animation, and at best, get me killed by being in front of them. Yeah, okay. We don't care about this. Oh boy, we're going to be here for a little while, chat. First off, we're going to take this off because we don't need it for what we're fighting ahead. We don't need this. Like I said, we'll switch out the ring for, like Night Scout says, the ring to help us get through that area, quote-unquote, faster, in case we need to run over for a brief second. There we go. Alright, just a few more, 2 more rounds of this and we'll be ready. Try finding dragon legs just to showcase their weirdness. I'm not doing that when I have, like, what is it, like 44k souls on the line? Yeah, no. I'm not taking the risk. I'm playing this safe. Afterwards, sure, because we also have to go back up and get the embers and stuff. Once Siegmeyer's thing is done, I think we'll do that. And then we might save Bed of Chaos for next time. Yeah, we want to go this way, not to trigger our friend. Hello there? Also, again, Izalith architecture. I can see the seams. There we go. Alright, that's enough to repair everything. And move on. Okay, let's see. Where are we going? We want to get here. And then we move this way. Man, if only they did a little bit of trimming to these roots. Bed of Chaos would never be defeated unless you were a Chaos Servant trader. Kind of funny to think about. Thank you, convenient roots. Praise to the great god Miyazaki. Genius writer. Oh. I thought I could run through that. Nope. That ain't a thing. Alright, so how many... Okay, so it's 4 hits. 4 hits to kill these guys, so that's doable. That can be totally done. That can work. Wait, what? Huh? No, buddy. Alright. Yeah. Nope.
You saved me once again.
Yeah.
I think don't you worry. Round below me is my pillow.
Gotcha.
I'll recover shortly.
And then he sleeps. Okay, we did it. We saved Siegmeyer. I think. I think. What's the furthest place the Bed of Chaos's roots reach? Presumably they are responsible for much, though not all of the roots we see around Izalith. So pretty damn far, I would say. Yeah, oh wait, we already have this equipped. What am I thinking? There we go. Okay, it's great, guys. I helped. I was there for emotional support in his hour of need. I'll be honest, I don't recall ever doing the quest and having him kill all the enemies by the time I get there. Usually, I wonder if their AI was disabled because it wasn't loading in while I was there, but he was there, so he was able to, like, hit them in advance, so they just all died. I have to imagine that's how it worked. Yeah, nothing else here. And there's just, okay, yeah, so I know the path we have to go. Let's do this for my own sanity. As we can see, of course, this place has picked up lots of dirt and filth. It seems to be that this is supposed to represent a rudimentary, at least, sewer system in Izalith, which makes sense again. Big building with palace and stuff. How all that be handled with all the shit, much like what we see in Blaketown. Cut Contact actually reveals there were plans to basically make all of Izalith kind of like this, basically one big swamp map. This, of course, didn't pan out in the end. Probably to everyone's sigh of relief. I think this should be safe? Question mark? Titanite slab. Again, the idea that the blacksmith deity, of course, gave some fire-imbued slabs, or at least regular slabs that the witches then imbued with fire to Izalith. Again, the two were, of course, allied for a time, but that changed, as we can see. Suddenly, they were in conflict with each other. Now, the problem, of course, with Gwyn's whole Age of Fire thing, and the fact that they have alliances which aren't mutually exclusive in terms of their goals, is that that doesn't mean that they necessarily have any shared interest in trying to preserve the Age of Fire itself. Izalith could even make a case that perhaps when the First Flame disappears, she has her own First Flame, so in that case it'll be an Age of Chaos, perhaps. So you can easily see how the ambitious and arrogant witch might think, oh, okay. The Age of Fire is about to end. we've done everything we can to help between bonfires and all that stuff to support Gwyn in his endeavors. But it looks like, you know, things were, you know, the going was good while it lasted. But now it's time that we there's a change in administration. And so we can easily see how Izalith essentially and her daughters were challenging Gwyn and seemed to have cut off contact, right? Basically being like, hey, we're no longer going to respond to whatever you order or bark or request. Then, as we can see, Gwyn and company, Gwyn equips his knights because he can't have a nation with humans who are rebelling against his regime around. Again, Izalith's kind of already heretical. Again, as we can see with how pyromancy is treated in the modern day. It doesn't just worship and revere fire. It teaches you to fear the flame, to understand there's dangers to fire. No. We don't want humans to start being afraid of fire, to question it, to not embrace it wholeheartedly and completely without any reservation. I mean, that could end up leading them to thinking, well, what about the dark? Maybe we can use, instead of flame, the power of dark, and that. Ooh, no. So you can kind of see how Gwyn's fears might lead to the result we see. I guess we should go this way, right? If I'm trying to climb back up. Because I can't think how I'm supposed to do this otherwise. I guess I could just use a homeward bone, to be honest. Is it that one? Oh, whatever. We'll just use homeward bone. Not like I'm doing anything else in this area anyway. Yeah, nothing else, so. Another swamp? Nope. Some of these are nice artistically decorated ruins. Oh, you're talking about the area there. I don't think there's a sewer. There are several layers of broken floors here and there, and formal pillars being used for a sewer. Well, keep in mind they have again. Night Scout, we all know as the developers themselves admit how much development issues Izalith themselves had. I don't think they had a lot of resources to create unique Izalithian style quote unquote sewer look to it. They're gonna reuse the assets they got. So again, I don't that I'm not sure about. The fact that they use the poison, keep it underneath, etc. Another user actually brought up as a separate point the fact that the chaos the chaos of Izalith enemies are there. I think they're called Chaos Eaters in the localization. Those things, it's interesting because the way they break down material and stuff, that they might be the cleaners for these quote unquote sewers. Hence why we find them there, which would be an interesting notion. Hence why the whole idea of, you know, like, we're gonna degrade all the stuff. Fancy poop hole. Also, looking at the state of Izalith, you said the Chaos Flame may have melted most of the city, wasn't stable, etc. No. Not saying melted the city, the land. It could melt the city if it went crazy again, right? Now, what we have currently is that, basically, the witches do their experiment, right? There isn't a city of Izalith at this point, right? Their kingdom is basically just them, like, living out as tribal people. Still. Then, the Flame of Chaos is created. It explodes, and it creates fire, which, as we can see, scars the land. We can remove this now. And we can see how the scars work and how they, it's very clear looking at the paths and the trajectory when you go outside, how the idea is like, you know, a flame coming from here, blasting over and through the land outside of this barrier wall that exists now here, and basically causing the land to literally, to this day, still emit lava, the Chaos Flame melting the rock there and causing it to just continually spill lava. As we can see, with the ruin of the capital of Chaos, which came afterwards, once that city is no longer being properly cared for, the lava's been allowed to just flood the area. And it's been basically destroyed a lot of the infrastructure and stuff. But the actual, like, damage from the Chaos Flame itself came to the land of Izalith, not to the city of Izalith, if that's a clear enough distinction. Well, based on the ruined bridges and the damaged pagodas here, there was more a living quarter than the elevated. There was more to living than the elevated city at some point. Elevated city. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there by that. Demon Ruins has buildings too before they got pushed around and cut off by molten and hardened lava. Yeah, again, the point is that with the way that the lava is now and everything like that, yeah, again, there's a reason they're called the Demon Ruins. There's a reason this is called the ruined capital of Chaos of Izalith, right? The idea is that, of course, everything was built around Chaos after they created. They built up the city, they built up everything, and now with the aftermath of the war with Anor Londo, it's now in ruins and been left to rot like this. I still don't think I still think you're relying too heavily on the idea of, well, this architecture is fancy. Well, as we can see, a lot of fancy architecture is used here in Izalith, and even in the Demon Ruins and everything they're doing so. At the very least, we would agree, maybe not fancy, but ornate or detailed. I don't think that, I just don't... Oh. Right. Whoopsie. Good thing we don't need to go here. I don't think, it's necessarily a case of, this is fancy, therefore it cannot be a sewer. Again, keeping it sort of, again, one level underground. I get what you're saying with, like, the different layers and stuff to it, though, with that. But the idea of, like, keeping it one layer deeper underground, having a bunch of dirt and filth causing it to become a poison swamp in here, the big pits here as if trying to, like, drain, that could be used to, like, drain fluid and stuff when there's overflow and things of that nature. That all tells me, okay, yeah, this is kind of like, okay, we want to kind of portray kind of some kind of sewer system which exists here, right? The highest point of the city is all that remains among the lava. Oh, I see what you're trying to say, is that the lava basically, like, the city is here, and then the lava sort of causes buildings to, like, melt or break down or something like that. I can see what you're trying to get at there with that. I wouldn't say, we don't really see too much in terms of, like, sinking or whatever, right? Like, we see a few ruined buildings here and there that have collapsed or whatever, like these, but we don't really see that, for example, like, the whole of Izalith. Like, this looks mostly pretty much normal, right? Like, same here. This is all pretty... This isn't like, oh, this is like some weird sunken city that's half sunk into the ground or something like that. Like, this is an Elden Ring. Anyway, let's go back to the Daughter of Chaos area. So that way we can, get the items we want. And I think we're gonna call it, because I don't want, it's probably gonna take me a few tries to do Bed of Chaos, just because, you know, it's Bed of Chaos. So I'd rather not deal with that. Yeah, we go this way. To use a similar bridge example, it's like if the Undead Burg was destroyed and only the Undead Parish remained. Yeah, that's where I kind of disagree, because it's very clear. We don't see anything like big sinking or anything like that with terms of the architecture and stuff. It's all clearly built into the rock. As we can see, that rock has been scarred by the output of Chaos. Like, you can imagine the flames coming from here and scarring the singes here, scarring the back of the land here, as we can see, where the brunt of it was taken, creating these, again, more lava flows like what we see in the Lost City proper here too, etc., right? You gotta get the idea of, oh, it came whoosh and scarred the land, right? As Dark Souls 3 tells us, it ravaged the land, and that's how we get stuff like Chaos Gems in Dark Souls 3 from Titanite interacting from that destructive event. But now new buildings are here to replace over where the land is, and all that's good. Hey, buddy. I kind of want to kill them, but I kind of don't. We already killed all the demons, thankfully, so we just have to run over to... Yeah, we just have to run over to this. I see you, Shiny! I'm coming! Boy, the things I would do for a horse. Can I have one of those Dark Wraith horses? Can we please just add, like, a whistle? A whistle that summons, like, a Dark Wraith spectral steed or some shit? We can justify it as, like, some creation of the dark. Similar to the Eye Orb. You can even, like, give it, like, one singular eye or something. Some crap like that. Please. I beg you. No. What? What? Oh, did I not switch the rings? Damn. I still had the other ring. I completely forgot. Yeah, okay. I thought this was the orange charred ring, but I'm blind. We have to do it again! Daughter of Chaos. Again, I would agree, but what we see, Night Scout, in terms of how the game map and world layout is designed, it doesn't look like anything is like, there's no like significant giant chunks of the Lost City area or the Demon Ruins area that looks to have sunken. You can maybe agree that there were maybe other structures or stuff that maybe existed on top of there that collapsed or whatever because of that. Sure, I mean, we do see some of that in the game as is. Oh no, this is the wrong way. Right? Yeah. No, I had it right. I'm going. I swear, I'm going senile. I'm the one who needs some humanity, who needs to get it back in touch with my dark soul. Koth, elucidate the truth to me. Let's do this, just for the sake of my sanity. Thank you. Don't have to repeat this. Okay, we got the proper ring, so... Still have the rusted ring, yeah. It sucks. I don't care about you guys. Listen, I know I betrayed the Covenant. Still doesn't give you a right to be so mean about it. Oh, there are my souls! Well, now I can run through this without any regard for my safety, so... Ceaseless, why? Why do you have to spray your lava mucus everywhere? I know it's not your fault, you were just born that way, but please, for the sake of my sanity, pour Ceaseless Discharge, the one who is constantly sore. There we go, Proud Knight Soul. Chaos Flame Ember! God, I wonder why! Now again, this is an art of the city of Izalith, because again, the entire point is that Izalith, when it was a still extant capital, it wasn't in ruins, it wasn't obsolete. Again, you can compare also the standard Lord Soul graphic to the Four Kings Lord Soul graphic, specifically. Kind of gives you an idea of, even when Gwyn's giving you a sizable chunk of his power, he makes sure it's definitely significantly smaller than the one he gave to Seath, or definitely anything compared to whatever a full Lord Soul like Nito's or Izalith's is. Anyway, Chaos Flame Ember, the art of the Lost City of Izalith, handled only by the blacksmith who knows the ancient methods for creation and production and all that stuff, right? So all of that is good. Again, the idea that chaos weapons are demon weapons augmented by humanity, which inflicts they inflict the fire damage, but they're enhanced with the humanity. So the localization could have worded that better, but yeah. So it's like, hey, you can use this humanity mechanic, so that way you can empower flame, because hey, everybody would rather use humanity as fuel for the fire. It's the perfect kindling, because nobody wants it. Well, as we can see, the witches at least are much more tolerant of humans. Again, like we have the idea that humans, demons, and medials are all living together in like kumbaya together, which makes a lot of sense when you consider that Izalith, again, they were tribal, but she is a sorcerer, a witch. She's someone who's very much about reason and logic and trying to understand the world around her and curiosity. And very likely, before she found the first flame and became so obsessed with fire, she was probably actually studying the dark with her daughters, right? Like, that'd be the natural thing. Hey, before we knew what fire was, we only have this dark thing around us, so let's say that. But then she found flame, and of course she was captivated by it even more so than the others. Oh, no. There we go. Only 800 souls. Ree! Alright, anything else I'm forgetting, chat, that I need to grab? Oh, right, Beatrice's stuff. They'd be mean even if you were in the Covenant. Yes, that's the point. It's like, listen, I know I betrayed the Covenant. That still doesn't give you a right. They're always being mean to me. I don't care if I give them an excuse or not. They're still just meanies. Oh, ouch. Speaking of. Hey, buddy. Yeah, that was necessary. Thank you. There we go. I was kind of surprised. I thought I could stagger him, but I guess not. Oh, that was dumb. I dodge rolled into it. Oh. There we go. Alright, how many souls do I need to level up here? Oh, we're close. We're really close. Okay, let's warp out of here then. We want to go to Firelink Shrine, I think. That's the best way. How do you see, how sapient do you think those and then from the dark they came hollows were before claiming the Lord Souls? They had souls of their own, right? So, again, as I talked about in earlier streams, I think this is one of the earlier streams, like one of the first 5, there's a case of evolution where we go from dragons to snakes to all other forms of life, including the bipedal life, like the giants, etc., that we see in, like, the Tomb of the Giants, right? Like, you see the serpentine ancestor of the giants there, you see then the more bestial ancestor, you can imagine fur being on that thing, and then finally get to the modern giant, which is like a bipedal, you know, more like a man, right? And then you get the various other bipedal races, which presumably branch off from the giants, such as the medials and the pygmies/humans. So, in terms of sentience, I imagine that much like the primordial serpents and others, that they most certainly had sentience. But as we can see, they are considered animals at this juncture because they are not, you know, they're not civilized people, right? Like they're not building these towering stone structures or anything like that. They're just living like simple tribal communal lives, right? But then when the Lord Souls, when they get the power of kings, then they establish themselves as kings. So they're establishing themselves as part of a hierarchy, organization, huge, crazy strides in societal and cultural development, right? Like that's what really sort of plunges them forward, which again is sort of in a meta sense. The idea of the power of life itself, right? The idea that life is, of course, unlike the dragons who kind of like linger and stay because they're stone, right? Stone doesn't change. It pretty much, you know, it's stone. It stays there one day. It's going to be there the next, etc. Like that's the, you know, the idea of endurance and eternity is sort of almost like this permanence is kept in there. But life is constantly changing. It's chaotic. It's disorderly. It's constantly trying to move and change and mix up the stasis of this world, right? They don't just stand in place and everything. They keep on flowing and moving, and that causes all the, when you get the power of so much life, so much disparity, so much of that chaos, there's the idea, and again, like I say, in meta sense, the idea of how much that creates a huge strides in societal development. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to look too deep into that, but I'm just kind of saying from a thematic standpoint what Miyazaki's probably thinking when he's going through the process of developing these plot points. I've always really enjoyed that FromSoft usually have one early boss that's really tough at the time, but later becomes just another enemy, showing how far they've come. Yeah, I do like that too. I do like how they use the demons and stuff. I can imagine why people like don't like Capra Demon as a boss or whatever, but I do appreciate what they were trying to do with the concept, at least. Missed the first half of what you may have been saying there. But it's relevant to ask a question I've been meaning to ask. Oh, okay, that's about the sapience and stuff. Okay, sorry. I don't know what is exactly you might have missed, but, you know, it's okay. Night Scout, you can always look back at the VOD if necessary. To me, it would seem that they were basically one-to-one with the hollows we find in the game, at most like crude apes. I wouldn't say like crude apes. Again, there is the idea that they're tribal. Again, Quaylana and the Witch of Izalith and stuff, before they found their Lord Souls, they were already wearing those clothes that we see them continue to wear, right? This is, again, the idea of them being tribal, right? So, like, there is, in fact, some, like, you know, like, Neolithic type of, sapience there. Again, you can argue about how intelligent they are, how, you know, educated or whatever. Like, you can, like, make arguments there on, like, those grounds. But, like, in terms of, like, are they conscious beings who can learn and interact with the world? Yes, of course. You were saying that the Witch of Izalith might have studied the dark before finding the Lord Soul? Yes. Dark Souls 3 actually kind of basically confirms this with, Islith staff, which actually has good scaling with dark magic and stuff like that. It's sort of kind of acknowledging that, hey, before they were all about fire sorceries and stuff, they were kind of actually studying the dark. Now, again, not saying that they actually invented or studied or actually created dark sorceries, but it kind of tells you that they were kind of on that trajectory, on that path. That was what their studies and research into magic again, because the idea is when you're a sorcerer, you're someone who wants to study the world around you, so you want to understand the magical principles and stuff. And in a world where all you've known is dark, you're naturally going to study the dark. But then you find fire, and you're like, oh, what's this? It's so pretty and so different from anything I've ever seen or known about in my life. Blah 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 blah. Right? That changes the game for Islith and company. But it explains why she is why she, as a medial with her daughters, is more tolerant of humans compared to, say, the medials of Anor Londo under Gwyn. I figured more of the clothes were more representative. It's been a bit since the Lords found their souls, and those game for no, this is from before they found the Lord's souls, because the Age of Fire begins. The Age of Fire begins with finding of the Lord's souls. So this is something from before that point. Who you see in the cinematic is probably the Pygmies. You can make a case maybe the Pygmies were the most primitive of all the races, right? They're small, they're pathetic, they're not really strong. Like, again, there's a reason why the medials didn't enslave the Pygmies first. They went for the giants, because giants are big, they're natural laborers. Like, of course you're gonna go for the big, strong guys over the tiny, pathetic little ones. Whereas the furtive pygmy is shown right when he first found his soul and before he did anything. Yeah, again, I would agree that you could probably argue that the pygmies are probably the ones that are the most primitive of them. But we know again from Islith and the daughters and stuff that at least the medials were more tribal and had some degree of culture there. And we see the same thing with, say, sea snakemen. They're also, you know, treated like animals, monsters, etc. But they have a tribal culture. Same thing with the Grus in Dark Souls 3, which have the similar thing. There's this idea of being barbarian, sort of straddling the line between being a animal and a civilized being, and the series sort of like plays with that idea a lot. And the same thing we see here. Anyway. But the narration seems to show that they from the dark approaching the flame. And it's like the intro explains why they were the future lords. It doesn't really show them approaching the flame. It shows them loitering around with the flame. Like some of them get up, some of them then collapse, and they're kind of like, they're not all looking at the flame. They're kind of at different orientations. Some of them are like turned the other way, away from it. Like they're kind of all just kind of loitering around there because, hey, they found this cool fire thing. This is cool. They kind of get attracted or they're captivated by it. It's drawing them close in, so they're being nearby it. But they're kind of not necessarily being like, ooh, let me go walk into the fire, right? If we understand these to be the pygmies, somewhat like the pygmy lord we see later in the cinematic, that they're all a bunch of like naked little human people running around, then yeah, there's this idea that they found the flame, but you know they're kind of just like loitering and doing their own thing around it. They're not really like too ambitious trying to search it or anything like that. And again, we don't know how different this was for the medials. Maybe they were more ambitious looking into it, or I should say industrious, really, or maybe not. Either way, ultimately, Gwyn finds a Lord Soul, Islith finds a Lord Soul, Nito finds a Lord Soul, and then finally the Pygmy does find one. If I recall correctly, the intro even ends the shot not only on 4 hollows standing as if to match the 4 Lord Souls. No, that's not true. Definitely not. We see some hollows as if brought to life there. We don't, okay, I take issue with the issue of hollows because what we see is a bunch of gone individuals. I get what you're trying to say is like they look or kind of have the same idea of hollows, but we never get a clear look at the face. In Dark Souls 3, Ring City confirms that pygmies have a different facial structure compared to other bipedal races like medials and giants, so there's that. Another actively approaches from us. Yeah, I think you're looking way too. I think you're looking way too much into that Night Scout. It's not quite accurate as you're recalling, and yeah. Again, if you look really closely, you'll see some of them are standing up, some of them are then collapsing back to the ground and things like that. They're basically just kind of standing in place. Some are looking at the flame, some are kind of just nodding off like this. Again, imagine that this is the first flame and they're like, okay, back on the ground. Again, like you said, they're animals. The idea is that they're not the most sophisticated of entities. And like I said, the pygmies maybe were the least sophisticated. But we do at least see some of that cultural development with the gods, or who would become the gods. Again, I would not extrapolate. I would not look that much more deeply into like what, a 3-5 second little clip there, trying to just showcase the idea of, hey, they found the first flame. That's sort of the point that the scene is trying to get across. Hey, these animal races, hey, they found fire and they started getting closer to it because of it. Might have taken a while for them to find the Lord Souls. Maybe they saw the fire, they kind of like skirted around the instance for a while, and then they found it, maybe. Or maybe some of them found it instantly. Alrighty. We want to go this way. Where am I going to get the 2K? That's my question. There we go. There we go. That's Beatrice's stuff. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. I have so much stuff to put away. Again, the idea that Beatrice wears a witch's hat. Again, the locals calls her Rogue Witch Beatrice. This could be very much accurate, similar to how they call Velka Rogue Witch, but the term really means like a heresy, a nonconformist, like someone who doesn't really fit into the standard orthodoxy of whatever the context is. They say a wand here, but again, it's a staff. So like the idea is that, you know, almost all people, you know, they get a staff at the dragon school and all that. And that's where most staffs the basic staffs at least that we collect is. But Beatrice isn't part of that. She's one of the few examples of those who exist outside that dynamic. Because she seems to come from like basically a coven of witches, right? This is something that has been handed down to her. Unlike, say, Vinheim staffs, which are, again, they're, like, mass-produced, manufactured, and handed out, like, as a standard thing to the sorcerers. This is something that was made, and it's passed down, and she ends up inheriting it after so many generations, right? This old staff here, and used for, of course, sorceries very long ago. Now, we'll talk more about what sorceries those could be. But it's worth noting that Beatrice uses some very, she uses like the thick, I should say like heavy soul arrows. She uses soul mass, the homing soul mass, which again is something that Logan developed. But it looks like these witches have developed one of their own, or maybe a similar spell like it that Beatrice is using. But clearly, she hates the Abyss. She hates the dark, and she wants to get rid of it. We can see the idea that when we first encounter her in Darkroot Garden, that's likely the area where she lives. Again, you can imagine witches living in forests and things, you know, far out, you know, outside of mainstream society. Because again, as we've talked about before, these types of more tribal, less urban people are sort of looked down upon and treated again more like animals, and they're not civilized, sophisticated, etc. Right? Same idea. And then Beatrice here ultimately. Things did not work out for her. She went to challenge the Abyss. Now, the Japanese is very vague in this point. They kind of talk about how the whole challenging the Abyss thing, but didn't live to tell the tale here. But basically, the idea of that she was never seen, or she was never quote unquote seen again. Basically, which obviously, if you want to take that literally and say that is definitely her actual corpse, that would have to definitely change. But the general idea, of course, is that we can summon her for the fight to help out. So she could probably live, but whether or not that's her actual corpse or she died elsewhere, some people would say to the Four Kings, but again, based on how the whole summoning thing works, probably not. And then in the end, there's more to her story, but I have to save that for the DLC. So with that, in fact, we probably might start on the DLC next time, depending on how much I want to do of Seath. So. Because we can do Bed of Chaos, maybe a bit of Seath, depending on if we can finally get through that stupid. Maybe we can finally kill those boars if I do enough damage. Maybe, we'll see. I hate it. And then we might cap off if we don't do Seath, then we'll definitely do the DLC. Because I'd rather bash my head against the wall fighting Sanctuary Guardian. Can you, like, give me, like, 2K? No, that ain't happening, no. Alright, we're going back up. I need to find an enemy who can give me 2K souls. And Orlando? Yeah, that's if you summon her, though, Night Scout, that she'll plunge into the Abyss with you. So, like, that, again, could give us an idea, but, again, it sort of depends. Because again, much like with say the Moonlight Butterfly, she waits for the summon for us, and it kind of shows again she only does the summoning unless we for the Four Kings fight if we've helped her with the butterfly fight. So you can argue on whether that's her learning to reach out, because again she's a heretical witch living out in the boonies, so she probably doesn't have a lot of interaction with people, especially men. But the idea is like, hey, I should maybe reach out and see if maybe people will help me, and she's kind of testing the waters, and if that works out, she'll then ask for help again for the Four Kings fight. Because obviously she's clearly finding the moonlight, because it's clearly her interest in the Moonlight Butterfly is for the sake of, one, getting rid of this giant annoying pest in her forest, but two, because of gives a good way to test her mettle in preparation for, hey, there's these legendary abyss of the Four Kings that are sealed away here. I want to get rid of that for good. Okay, yeah, let's move. Actually, is Patches here yet? Has Patches nope, I don't see Patches here. If I recall correctly, he spawns this way, right? Yeah, there he is.
Oh, we meet again. How many of you are there? You've come at the perfect time. I'm done with the looting. I'm a merchant now.
Yeah.
Wondrous treasures have I, at a special price for you. There you are. Have a nice look at them. Oh, relax. No more funny business out of me, my friend.
Man, I wonder where he got all these humanities from people. Divine blessings. We'll talk about these more in the future. A lot of these cleric items, huh, Patches? Also has like masks of pinwheels. What a shocker. Cleric stuff, yeah.
Here, have you met that backwoods Shiva?
Yeah.
Believe me on this one, bruv. The man is trouble. I can see it in his eyes. I just can. No doubt about it. Watch it.
Now, both Alvina and Patches here throw shade at Shiva. This never, of course, plays out in the game. Shiva's just, you know, the part of the Forest Hunters Covenant. He never betrays the Covenant at any point. He's just that peculiar Oriental samurai, right? Like sort of like medieval samurai. But as an Easterner, he just kind of goes down. Collecting weapons and armaments and things like that. He probably has done some shady things to get some of those weapons in the past, and obviously there's a cut quest line that involves that, but none of that ever pans out, so this seems to just be sort of a remnant of that. But there is the idea that he's so obsessed with weapons that he is very much willing to kill for it.
Have you met that sunbathing Celeste?
Oh, definitely.
Believe me on this one, bruv. He's a complete idiot. But he happens to be an awfully strong idiot. So just nod your head and keep him on your side.
So again, people recognize Solaris eccentric, but there's no denying that he is strong.
Have you met Petrus? That self-proclaimed cleric?
I've killed him.
Believe me on this one, bruv. The man is scum.
Yeah, I kind of
Don't
figured.
you be fooled by his claims to do good. They're all the same, those rotten clerics.
Now, Patches clearly, as a man who's been on the wrong side of the law, seemingly possibly his entire life, Patches is not too happy with clerics who sermonize and talk about how you should be good and moral and follow the gods and their wishes and all that stuff. When they, of course, often, especially when they turn out to be total and complete hypocrites, who will certainly do tons of bad things or stuff behind the scenes. Patches has definitely seen some shit from clerics, and he's been subjected to them probably too. And again, obviously carry over from Demon Souls, but very interesting dynamic we see here with his character.
Boy, have you met Lautrec the Embrace?
Yeah, I killed him too.
Believe me on this one, bruv. He's completely mad. He wouldn't think twice about cutting something.
So yeah, again, the idea that Lautrec's a psycho.
Especially if you've humanity to spare.
Well, yeah, we already solved that problem.
I'm done with the looting.
Yeah.
Wondrous
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So, good old... Yeah. Good old Patches. By the way, do you think Patches is Patches? Do you think Beatrice is an undead? I could go either way. I don't have a firm belief. It could be a case, depending on her personal story, that yeah, she's someone who did turn undead after being killed. But you could also make it where she's oh, I never picked this up. Oh, whoopsie. You could also make a case for her being just ordinary human. I don't feel strongly about it either way. I don't think it's too relevant, if which is perhaps the more important way to phrase it. All right. Yeah, let's get our level up and then we'll call it, because I can't think of anything else that like we're desperately missing. I guess we could go down to see Vamos. That should actually, yeah. You know, we'll go down to see Vamos because that'll give me my thing, and then I can always from there. Just in case. Yes, I get it. It's broken. Does it affect the light at all? That's all I care about. The damage, I don't. Hello. Okay, do you give me the souls I want? Oh, no. You're all useless to me. Oh. Vamos, we're here to deliver an ember. Now, Vamos is a curious character at this point, because he's someone who has been alive at the time that New Londo was New Londo was still around and not flooded, because he saw the quote-unquote fire ember there from Izalith that was placed, which again, we talked about it before with their eating culture. And then on top of that, you have him having only an interest in fire weapons. That's the thing that's his passion. That's what he really loves to do. Really likes using the fire weapons, the oldest types of weapons, which, require, I screwed up there. Require you to know all the old ways of making them. You can't make them with these modern methods, right? And he doesn't, if you show him any other ember, doesn't matter what it is, crystal, magic, holy, divine, he's like, they don't make embers like they used to. Has no interest in all that stuff. So he's someone who's definitely very old and very old-fashioned, very ancient, and someone who's lived quite a long time, enough to live all the way from those ancient period when the Medials and company were likely still again, because obviously when you're going to smithing and you're creating this art of bending metal and minerals using fire, and then you try to infuse some of the power of that fire into them, you're going to use the power of the fire itself first, you assume, right? Before you develop, hey, fire's made from holy magic or from lightning or whatever whatever the specific element is. So the idea is that would be the first fires, hence why they require the ancient method. So these are the very first infused weapons were, of course, fire weapons. Which makes sense, and then we develop into, as we see with the gods, holy magic and lightning and all that. Oh. They eventually figure that stuff out later. There we go. Oh, whoopsie. Alright, I'm gonna have to kill each and every single one of you. I can't run by you. So, Vamos seems to be someone from that period. He's also someone who's been able to live long enough, like, say, a Medial, basically not anyone who's not human and cursed with the dark sign, to have terrible short lives as mortality. He's able to live all the way up at least until New Londo's period, so about 1,000-ish years ago at least. So, very curious this blacksmith is. Who could he possibly be? Who was he in life? Who was he associated with? We'll talk more about that one, of course, when we get his helm. Oh. And why is he here in the graveyard? Apparently he was someone who would be buried here, either in the catacombs or the nearby Tomb of the Giants, which he's obviously just preceding. Oh. Yeah, lots of curious details about that man skeleton thing. All right, Wait, isn't there a shortcut I can take here? Like, I don't need to fight through all these guys, right? Wait, where am I? Almost made a mistake there. There we go. We want to go this way, right? Because this is the way to... Yeah, this is the way we want to go. Thanks for the humanity, bud. Oh. When did you get here? Thought that was thought I messed that up there. Yeah, and then we go here. There's our buddy. There's our pal. There's our friend. Yeah, as long as you don't come in. Ah, yes. Give me that grainy audio quality. Give me the deepest lore behind the audio. I'm too late. Hi, man. Yeah, you're too late. Yeah, okay, as we can see, he's really into this this large flame ember we brought him from New Londo. Also, Solaire had a line where he paraphrased, says he became undead to pursue his own son. In Japanese, does this convey the same impression that he thinks he can turn himself undead? No. It's the same term used when anyone talks about, oh, I became undead, I turned undead, or whatever, right? It's not the sense of I became as in necessarily I chose to make this doing so, but the idea is that, there's just the idea that okay, how do I explain this in a simple way? Everyone understands, okay, I turned undead, right? Like, that you don't necessarily willingly or consciously do it, though the Way of White sort of teaches it as kind of like, you know, you were impious, your impiety caused this, right? Like, it's sort of like, it's kind of like, oh, you got sick because you sinned against God, you know, that type of deal, right? Like, oh, you caught the plague because of that, right? It's because of your impiety. Same idea here. You caught the undead curse because of that. Now... For Solaire, though, this curse, again, everyone's trying to find a purpose. Why are they, what is the purpose to our cursed existence? Well, the answer for most undead is, hey, as Frampt reveals, hey, you can become the successor to Gwyn and become the new Great King and, you know, blah, 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 all that jazz. For Solaire, though, everything is framed through his stalwart faith, right? He's so well-believing in his god, the firstborn, and all that, and the will of the way the gods sort of guide your path and all that he thinks, oh yeah, you know, Gwyn, the firstborn, all the gods that I worship and respect, especially the firstborn, Providence is the reason for me turning undead. I was turned undead for a purpose. I have a reason, right? He sort of has the idea that all of this was by the god's design, right? And he has faith in that. The problem is, as he continues on his journey, he starts questioning that finally. Because despite his stalwart faith, despite how, like, oh, yeah, I totally believe I'm doing so, like, he's a very, you know, everyone thinks he's kind of weird, but, you know, everyone thinks he's a good-natured and strong individual, right? So you kind of deal with kind of his silliness, right? But as he goes on, he starts doubting, being like, wait a second, is that really true? Is there a divine path? Because if so, why haven't I been shown the way, right? Why haven't the gods do so? It's kind of like when Siegmeyer thinks how, it's by the will of Gwyn that we were able to cross paths in the poison swamp, right? Like, again, this idea that the gods are kind of like these little puppeteers who have control over the fates of men and all that, right? It kind of tells you how bad the propaganda Anor Londo and the Way of White have accomplished when it comes to humankind, that they're actually able to kind of think that the gods have a lot more powers than they do as, like, you know, purely earthly beings like us. The reason I asked that is in Solaire's case, characters call him stupid, such as Patches. They really mean like he's, you know, because he's, as he himself admits, he's kind of strange and eccentric, right? He knows that. He knows how people kind of look at him when he talks about, oh yeah, I'm here to find my own son. Like, it's like, huh? That's what they mean and stuff like that. And he has a bizarre goal where he might be pariah of society. So with his talk of finding a personal son and seemingly thinking a chaos bug could count like that in literal life. Yeah, the idea is that to be fair, he's kind of compromised at that point because the chaos log's on his head already. It's kind of infecting him. So I don't blame him for being kind of in his desperation state and like the bug sort of like infesting in his brain that he's kind of like, yes, my son, I have become the son, blah, blah, blah. This is it, right? Like, it's just sort of like he's a man who's trying to find something to latch on to because no longer can his faith sustain him after so long. It's gotten him so far, but after a while, it can't be everything. You need something solid besides just blind faith. Also, if Solaire's in Anor Londo and can access the kiln of the First Flame, he presumably met the fake Guinevere and would have gotten general divine instruction. Not necessarily, like, possible. It's, like, possible he's gotten that. At the very least, he's definitely familiar with the kiln, like you said, so that's definitely possibly the case that he's at least talked to her, but we don't ever get to see that, right? We only see him go to the manor, and then he goes down, and he talks about, he also implies that he's gone to places like Blighttown. Obviously, he has to probably get down there when he's going down to Islith or something like that, and things of that nature. Nito, he's also considers, I think, going to the Grave Lords area. So Solaire's been going around. Anyway, I figured Solaire put the bug on his head since those bugs can't fight otherwise, and his helmet is actively removed. The thing is, the bugs are confirmed to be actual parasites and stuff, so they actually latch on and like try to get into you. So like, I think the idea is that yeah, it kind of like jumps on and attacks him. Now they don't attack us, obviously, but again, if we don't kill the one bug, again, he could have picked up any bug, but if we don't kill the one bug with the red eyes, like the one that the game like sort of like hints at, hey, this bug is special and important, maybe you should kill it, he gets attacked. So yeah, I don't think it's something where it's he puts the bug on. I think it's more so the bug puts him on. Okay, I think we've got everything we want, right? Yeah, nothing to discuss, blah blah blah. What? Yeah. Now we can... I have that legendary Witch's Flame, actually. Okay. Yeah. There we go. It feels like they'd at least check the elevator they were guarding if he's helping fight with Ornstein and Smell. Yeah, possibly. Again, I'm not like against the idea of him talking to Guinevere. I'm just saying like it's possible that he didn't, considering that he isn't too concerned about the undead mission itself. But again, I think it would explain at least why he, at the end of his quest, if you're going the quote-unquote good route, that he ends up sort of embracing the First Flame as his son. At the very least, I could definitely imagine him going back and talking to Guinevere after we quote-unquote save him in Islith or whatever. The parasites seem super weak, like they need to be placed by other demons or latch on. Again, I'm just telling you, there's a bunch of the guys there, and we only get the... You have to kill the very specific one. If he can put him on, then you could theoretically put on any of them. So either he's really particular, he's like that one with the glowy red eyes, that's the one I want to put on, or it's just a general idea of like that's the one that ends up deciding it's gonna latch on to him by fate. Anyway, we can now move on. Yeah. See you later, blacksmith god. Now let's head all the way back. And we will be ending things here. It's been great to have you guys all here. I'm super stoked to be coming back here to this lore play. Another long one, but I'm super happy with the turnout from all you guys. Having you all be like so excited. I'm getting so much feedback now about you guys who've read Abyssal Archive. You guys are praising it. You're loving it. You're having so much fun learning so many new things about the game, even stuff not necessarily related to the translation and stuff, which I found personally surprising. But I'm so glad that you guys are having a blast. It really humbles me. And again, for those of you who are interested, check the link in the description. You can purchase your own copy. Like I said, it might take a while for the physical copy to ship, but it will hopefully be arriving this year. And again, if you're looking for something that's cheaper and more instant access, there is of course the digital version as well. So anyway, guys, it's been great having you here. Ooh, one last thing from Night Scout. Seeing a literal goddess and getting told he's meant to be Gwyn's successor seems like something he'd have happen on his first trip to Anor Londo. Yeah, but then he probably wouldn't continue looking for his son down in Islith blindly, right? So you think he already would have found his purpose. So again, I would think that probably maybe he goes back after the Islith incident, but I'm not totally sure if he would do so before. If he did, he probably didn't listen, which, again, like you say yourself, it might be a little weird. Anyway, hence why it seemed like Solaire may have always been peculiar and otherwise not just seeking a divine path, but an actual son. Yeah, you can argue on whether or not his son is, but it seems to be the sun seems to be basically a fill-in for his purpose, and the idea that he wants to be bright and shining stuff. It seems like he wants to become like the sun itself, and that seems to be his focus. In that regard, how he planned to accomplish that, he doesn't himself seem to know. And the First Flame seems to be what ultimately is his ultimate decision, because, hey, going out in a literal blazing glory to become a Lord of Cinder seems like that could work out in the future. Again. But anyway, that's all we got for today. That'll be the last one. Great to see you guys. Great to see you guys here. Wonderful having you. I'm super excited for when we do this again. We might do this again tomorrow, if I can squeeze in the time. Because I do want to kind of finish this off this month, so we can focus on stuff like Demon Souls and things of that nature. But that's not something the VOD viewers care about. So see you later, guys. Bye.